Morning again. Welcome back to the second stakeholder consultation for the development of Belize's national energy policy. We're about to start, but before we start, I'd like to ask you all to stand so we can sing the national anthem, which will be followed by the EU anthem. seated. Good morning again. It's great to see we have a full house again for the second consultation. As you represent your various entities and areas of expertise, we can all agree that creating a holistic energy plan for equitable access to energy and to sustainable transition pathways, stakeholder consultation and engagement is essential. Also consistent with energy's influence on all facets of our national development, we can also agree that there are no linear solutions, but a suitable policy is a policy informed with input from yourselves and your expert sector knowledge. In our first dialogue with you, the goal was for us to explore Belize's situational context and how it ties in with the region and the global context. A SWOT analysis was also conducted, which was influenced by the National Energy Policy Framework of 2011, and refined in consultation to you. So today really is the next step in the process where we will discuss the draft green paper. And I'm assured by looking at the different organizations represented here today that it will be a promising opportunity for discourse and interaction as we all move towards the same goal of elaborating this policy that will be suitable for Belize. So thank you all for committing today and hopefully tomorrow to this process. So in order for us to begin and mark the session, I would like to invite the Energy Director, Mr. Ryan Cobb, to give us some welcome remarks. Please welcome him to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Greetings to distinguished guests and stakeholders. It is my pleasure to address this diverse audience at the second Energy Policy Workshop on behalf of the Government of Belize. I extend a warm welcome to all attendees and trust that your participation will pave the way for a flexible and all-encompassing energy policy. The policy update takes place in a time of transition in Belize and the world, as nations are faced with immense issues and with many of the opportunities to addressing them falls within the energy sector. Furthermore, there is this ominous issue of climate change that has recently been discussed on a global scale at the Egypt COP27. It would be remiss of me to not state that Belize is still recovering from Hurricane Lisa. The disruption caused by the storm is a stark reminder to all stakeholders of the critical importance that energy services play in all social and economic activities. The effects of the storm shows that we must ever be evolving in order to combat these challenges. Nevertheless, as has been seen with the recovery process for Hurricane Lisa, that with planning and teamwork, we can achieve success. This workshop is keen on garnering input from every sector in the country so as to develop a resilient and bold energy policy framework for all. With that, I would just like to extend the most warmest welcome to you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Energy Director. Well, we'd like to follow that right up with the Energy Planner from the Ministry, Mr. Dion Kelly, who will be walking us through this policy process. Please welcome him to the podium.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And as usual, it's always a great feeling of honor that we have when we would invite our stakeholders and you guys show up in this form of numbers. We do know that when it comes to energy policy, it's a very important document. Of course, it's never a document that will be shelved, and we really do appreciate all the stakeholders who have come out today, and I can see that we have various different entities here. So basically what I'll be trying to do today is to pretty much give a synopsis of what occurred from the first stakeholder workshop to currently today. And so I would like to start off by showing our energy art, because it always reminds me that when you think about energy within your country, it's really the people who really frame it and shape it out. And especially when you think about the youths really are our future, and we need to bring them up in the right way. And so pretty much the outline will be the policy update. As I rightfully stated, that we're looking at what occurred from since the first workshop to today. The legislative review, because as we do know that in terms of the policy, the legislative review will also support the energy unit in whatever shape or form it may take in the future to actually support the implementation of the policy. So the legislative review is very important. And of course, whenever you're going to do any type of initiative, it's always important to understand where you start, to do it in a timely manner, where you are currently, and when that process should end, and what happens after that. So looking at the timeline and milestones is very important. And of course, the next steps. We all have to have that coordinated thought process of what comes next and what's our role in that next step. So when we think about energy policy, I always love to put diagrams in my presentation because it really sparks your brain. Because before you start to read, that picture will catch your attention. And it says you're halfway there. That's pretty much how we feel about the policy, that we're making progress. And so, as you know, the first stakeholder workshop was held on the 4th of August this year. And it was pretty much to garner your thought process in how the policy should look. And since that time, it has been firming up. We gathered data and information from you guys on that day, on the day of the workshop. And also, we had sent out surveys, and we're grateful for the responses that we have had. And of course, we do appreciate more responses and ideas of how the policy could look. And so, the green paper, which is the document that we're currently discussing, was created. And of course, one of the most important steps is to actually have that political will when you're moving into the future with a policy. It was presented to Cabinet, and they gave the approval for us to continue the process. And so that was a big milestone and step within the process. Of course, since the green paper has been approved, we're looking at the construction of the white paper, which will actually be the policy. So when we think about the legislative review, we see that the purpose is to seek to pinpoint the laws that are relevant to the current policy discussion, indicate how those laws may need to be changed to accomplish the proposed new policy, and identify what new laws may be created to give effect to the entirety of the proposed updated policy. Of course, the goal is to clarify the role of the entity. And what entity we're talking about? The actual energy unit. We are the ones who need to champion this policy with your support. And so the legislative review is a very key part of what we're doing as well, that will support the policy in the future. And the words are gone, but we see that we see it as a boat, and we have the energy unit pretty much with stakeholders giving instructions to different, you could say, laws or verifying different laws of how we should move going into the future. And so in terms of the timeline, we know that we kicked off the project on 29th of June. We pretty much did a situational analysis. We had to review because, as rightly noted, we're not doing a new policy, we're updating the old policy. So we had to verify where we were currently in terms of that policy from 2011. And then a focus group session was held. Well, different focus group sessions were held with different stakeholders. So by the time that we did the initial consultation on the 4th of August, we had already gotten input from you, the stakeholders. And so it was already grounded in what the stakeholders see the policy should look like. And of course, on the day of the 4th of August, we had that workshop where we pretty much asked you guys, this is what we have found so far. How do you think we should move? And so, as I said, we took information from you guys that day and also from the survey, and we have started to put it into the policy document. And of course, the creation of the green paper was very pivotal, and just before Hurricane Lisa, Cabinet did meet the 2nd of November, and they gave their approval for us to continue the process. That was very, very important, and I think from there we pretty much can say we have the green light to move forward. And so today, the 24th, and tomorrow, the 25th, is the second stakeholder consultation. And so we might look back into my presentation and said, but you said we're halfway there, where we're at 0.7. But as anybody would know, that when you're finalizing a process, that could be the most difficult part. And so even though we're at the 7th point within our timeline, it's very important to understand that going forward from here until we finish, that we really need to pay special attention and play our role and participate. And so from there, the next process will be the initial policy draft. We're hoping to do that before the end of the year. Of course, it will be shared with you, the stakeholders. And then we're hoping to have a third stakeholder consultation, where to me that would be where you guys give your stamp of approval of the policy. And of course, we're hoping somewhere within the first quarter of next year to actually finalize this policy process. And so, key takeaways currently from my discussion is that the first stakeholder comments were compiled and inputted into the document. The second round of policy update review starts today, officially, and the legislative review is initiated. So what are the next steps? Of course, the policy team has to continue researching and dialoguing with the stakeholders. The legislative review needs to continue, and the final end product, a finalized and all-inclusive policy. And of course, as the picture shows again, we want you to help us help you. And that's pretty much the idea of the consultation and the policy. And of course, I want to end off by stating that together we can make it. And so I'm grateful to see all of you guys here today. I hope we can have a fruitful discussion between today and tomorrow, and thanks for coming.
Thank you, Dion. You always provide a very enlightening presentation. So with that, we want to consider, as Dion would have reiterated, that within this policy formulation process, the green paper really represents the range of recommended best practices that will suit our context. And out of that discussion, 7 policy objectives were identified towards a fit-for-purpose national energy policy. So here to walk us through those policy positions and recommendations is Dr. Devon Gardner. Please let us welcome him to the podium.
Thank you very much, Cara. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. All protocols observed. I will go straight into the belly of the beast. I will have a PowerPoint that I will use to guide me through this conversation. But let me start by saying that it's very good to see so many familiar faces, many of whom were here at the beginning in the first consultation, many of whom I have been working with for quite a while since I've been supporting work within Belize. I see some new faces also, and welcome to one and all. By way of introduction, I am Devon Gardner, as Cara mentioned. I am from the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, to be exact, head of technical programs there. And prior to that, I was the head of energy at the CARICOM Secretariat, and so I'm familiar with many of the stakeholders here in the room today, and some, of course, in Belize and outside of Belize with respect to matters. In fact, many of you I have worked with directly in various capacities. Now, what I will present today is really a snapshot of what's in the green paper. The green paper is, of course, available for consultation, so you would yourselves have had access to. the details of the green paper itself. So what I'm really doing now is just give you an overview and helping you to understand some of the rationalization that was utilized to come to some of those positions and some of those items that have been included in the green paper. So if we go to the, should I use the clicker or you will advance? Okay. So pretty much we're going to just go directly to the overview of the pillars. So we, as you would recall in the first consultation, we had done a SWOT and to use the SWOT to try to understand where are the areas of strengths, opportunities, and of course, weaknesses and threats for the energy sector in Belize. And we had done some extensive focus dialogues, extensive reviews of different, if you want to call it, material that was available and still is available within the sector, including much of which is being pursued by government, even as we speak. And we emerged with 7 broad areas around which we want to structure the policy. And those are the 7 pillars that we have articulated within the green paper. And those are largely consistent also with what one could consider to be best practices in respect to energy policy development globally, especially within the context of island states that are net energy importers. So this is not, you know, in a sense, reinventing the wheel, but rather looking at what is emerging within the context of Belize, within the various strategies that are ongoing within the energy sector, also framed through some of the work that was done in the 2011 policy framework itself. Much of that also guided and informed where we went. And we recognize that, you know, since 2011, there would have been a decade past and lots would have changed, but recognize that much of what was done in the 2011 framework was sufficiently general and sufficiently open and flexible to allow us to really use this opportunity to dig in to the details of how some of those, if you want to call it, nuances in 2011 that were intended to be pursued could be, in a sense, constructed into a much more detailed roadmap or pathway. The aim of what we did was to try to get to a stage where we are able to provide a bit more detail in terms of how you know, the energy sector should be built out from a policy basis. And we expect that within the context of the policy, it will be driven in a way in which an action plan will be easily derivable from that. So we try to build the policy arguments in a way where people would be able to understand the background that was being utilized for us to articulate those positions. We tried to ensure that there was understanding on what the objective of the policy positions were, and we tried to help you to understand what the varying areas would be that would be addressed in the policy document when it eventually emerges at the end, sometime in November. And so that's really what we tried to do. Understanding that once those policies, the specific policies would have emerged, those policies would then be translated into actionable items, or action plans that would be implementable and that could lead to the implementation of the future energy transition pathway of Belize. So naturally, not many controversies would be there. Renewable energy is obvious. That, you know, you have to look at renewable energy in an environment where you don't have oil and gas reserves that are being explored and exploited. I know you have reserves offshore, but certainly not enough to is being explored and exploited at this time on land in the current state that would allow it to become energy self-sufficient. And even so, the world is moving away from fossils anyway, and those who are in the business of exploring and exploiting fossils are even themselves contemplating shifting. Renewables obviously is not just about the economics of the resource being available, but also an environmental and climate good. But I will get into the details in a bit. Energy efficiency and management is an obvious one. It's considered, some will say the low-hanging fruit, some will say the fruit that's on the ground. Depends on how you choose to look at it. But what is clear is that one of the areas that provides the greatest opportunity for Belize is the area of energy efficiency and energy management throughout the entire value chain of the energy system. The way in which we produce, the way in which we transport and deliver, and the way in which we use energy at the end of the pipe can be significantly improved and made more efficient. And of course, the way in which energy is managed through the technologies that are available to allow us to do so, especially within the context of distributed energy resources that we do expect to become a huge part of the energy system going forward. Decarbonization, obviously, is something that would result from those two items, and we will seek to address it directly. So rather than leave it as an implicit item that would necessarily be understood by the previous two, we actually are addressing decarbonization directly in the policy, so that there will be clear policy articulations and positions on decarbonization, not just decarbonization being wrapped within the context of renewables, but decarbonization being identified in its own right as a policy position. Energy security. And I'm not giving these in any order of priority at this moment. Energy security is identified in the policy as the number one item where Belize needs to place its focus. And so the issue of energy security and energy resilience is critical to the articulations within the Green Paper. Bottom line is that at the end of the day, what is going to be most important is making sure that the ability of Belize to access supplies that are secure in pricing and availability is what is of paramount importance. And within that context, that is something that is going to be given quite a bit of prominence it has been given a lot of prominence within the Green Paper, and it's something that will be a central focus of the main policy itself. In fact, my own view and my own experiences and looking at best practices too has always been that policies that are anchored in energy security as the main driver have always seemed to emerge better than those which do not sufficiently emphasize energy security, because most of the things that we are trying to achieve from a sustainable energy sector are really linked to the development of secure energy systems, and these days secure and resilient energy systems. The role of distributed energy is going to be critical. We know that Belize does not have a long history of distributed energy resources being promoted, but we recognize where the technologies are moving, we recognize where the global trends are moving, we recognize where the opportunities lie. And we see an energy future for Belize that will include significant build out of distributed energy resources, which would include distributed renewable generation, distributed efficient cogeneration, energy efficiency applications, energy management technologies, and the various things, battery storage, distributed battery storage, with electric vehicles, and all the various things that are interconnected to our grid but are decentralized on the distributed side of the grid to a large extent. Move into a situation where there will be greater bidirectional flow of electrons from the grid to customer premises or to vehicles. And of course, those are the kind of things that would likely emerge within the future of a global environment where electrification of energy end uses is expected to quadruple over the next 20 years or so, the next 25 years or so. So Belize is, of course, going to likely benefit from that technology trend, because, of course, we tend to be very early adopters of technology within the Caribbean, and Belize, of course, is no exception. And, of course, the sixth pillar is one that is linked to what we call the green economy, and we will spend quite a significant amount of time talking about that during the focus sessions, because we think that, within the context of energy and Belize itself within the energy sector, there is not simply a role for energy as an enabler, of productivity or an enabler of the key productive sectors. But there is a role for energy as a productive sector in itself. There is a role for energy to actually become one of the major economic drivers in its own right, whereby energy commodities can become a part of Belize's productive sectors, whereby with the current trend of or the emerging trend of power to X, where renewable electrons are now producing green fuels. And with the kind of renewable resource base that Belize has relative to its demand, there will be that ability to turn excess resource potential, renewable resource potential, into renewable power that can be captured within the context of green fuels on the one hand, or in the other hand, maybe moved as electrons through the power grid as part of the CPAC system. So there will be that role where Belize will be able to build out a significant amount of its energy sector as a sector in itself. But more importantly, ensuring that the principles and practices of green engineering, of sustainable energy use, of sustainable energy practices filter throughout the entire economy, so that every sector itself is coupled with the principles and practices of responsible energy use and responsible energy management as part of a resource management strategy, a natural resource management strategy that is eco-efficient and eco-friendly is going to be also an important piece. So not just locking the energy sector as a sector in a silo is what is going to happen, but rather it's also important that as we seek to build out the energy sector as an economic powerhouse in its own right, that the energy sector itself will be able to infiltrate other sectors, the tourism sector, the agricultural sector, the fisheries sector, the commercial sectors, and so on. And in so doing, will provide a pathway to position many of these sectors in themselves as green sectors, to help to decarbonize and improve the eco-efficiency and the resource efficiency in these specific sectors themselves. So it's a situation where the energy sector being cross-cutting will be coupled to and will help with the eco-efficiency in other sectors, but at the same time will become a green sector in its own right. And the last pillar is one which is speaking to energy governance, and within which is going to be critical, because obviously for everything to happen, it has to happen within the right framework, the framework that is necessary for the institutions that are so empowered to manage the sector through the policies and laws that are necessary for them to function effectively, so that there will be the appropriate structures for legislation setting, the appropriate structures for monitoring and, of course, implementation of laws and plans and practices within the sector. Ensuring that there is transparency, ensuring that there is inclusiveness is going to be important. The energy sector nowadays is much more diverse, much more extensive than it was in the past. And so, looking at just the room alone, you can tell based on the diversity of the stakeholders that there is already some amount of consensus around that. And going forward, the expectation is that there will be a continual process or a continuing process of broad stakeholder engagement within the sector's governance arrangement and the sector's governance framework, which would include participation to planning as a minimum. We have already started a process of participatory planning in Belize through integrated resource and resilience planning, and the expectation is that as we go forward, these kind of broad stakeholder-based participation within the governance of the energy sector will continue. So if we go, I will walk you through each one of them briefly. So let's start with energy security. I like to start with energy security because, again, I think my own view is that is always the plank on which everything has to be built. So in the first, some of you would have attended the first stakeholder consultation. I remember identifying within that consultation the degree to which Belize was dependent on imported energy. Certainly within the context of the electricity sector, as much as 44% in 2020 of the electricity came from Mexico, through the CFE, from the CFE grid in Mexico, through the interconnection that we have there. There were small amounts that also came from imported diesel and HFO, despite, the significant amount that we have in respect to hydropower and biomass. There were still significant amounts of importation of energy from elsewhere for electricity. Certainly when we go to transport, then the situation is even more dire, because almost all the transport fuels that are used in Belize are imported from elsewhere, diesel and gasoline. And we know the story of that kind of importation. Our European colleagues are here with us. They have seen what emerged earlier this year with the situation in Russia, when you end up caught in the crosswinds of the geopolitics of energy, and the supply dynamics and the pricing dynamics that are associated with those supplies can change your ability to be able to afford the things that you're used to, in the ways in which you are used to doing them. So the objective of the energy security position is really one that is pretty obvious, pretty straightforward: to reduce the importation of not just fuels, but to reduce the importation of energy as a whole. So importation of fuels and importation of electricity. Certainly within the context of the power sector, one of the things that is projected within the integrated resource and resilience planning is that CFE contribution to the power sector should be reduced between now and 2040, from the 44% where it is to probably around 12%. Ideally, you want to get it as close to zero as possible, or even better yet, you want to get it to a stage where you become a net exporter to the CPAC grid, and that's really part of what is intended within this policy position, to figure out how it is that we can flip that CFE situation around, where we move from being a net consumer, not just a net consumer, but a large net consumer. Nearly 50% of your electricity coming from next door is not really a nice thing to have. So we want to flip that situation around, where we can reduce it significantly over time, and maybe even get to the stage where we can participate in the power pool of the CPAC as a seller, rather than simply be a buyer. Of course, the interconnection there is important, and we are not advocating in any way getting rid of the interconnection. Even if it is that we do not get to the stage of net seller, the interconnection is always going to be important. One of the things that we always say to those of us who are island people like myself, have always envied Belize, because we always say that you have Mexico as a big battery. You don't have to operate the kind of spinning reserves or the spinning generations that other countries in so many of the islands do. When we are in the other Caribbean islands, we have to operate our base load generators to keep the basic amount of electricity that we need, and then we have to run peaking generators to incrementally add during the peaking hours, and then we always have to run what we call the spinning generation. That is always going to be able to kick in and take over from any of the large generators that we may lose due to any mechanical faults that may be developed. And being able to, and those spinning generators are actually significant in terms of the cost of running them. So this is just generation that is insurance that's sitting down there waiting to be used in the event that something happens, so that citizens do not notice any flicker, do not see any significant dip. Maybe you might have a momentary blackout thing, but it comes back on immediately, even if you do. And that you don't have to deal with as much in Belize because of Mexico. We in the islands, we are used to that, where you have to wait until these spinning generators come out. So you sometimes see these 5-minute blackouts, 2-minute blackouts, and then the other generators kick in. So having that interconnection is going to be important. It helps with the energy security. Why does it help with the energy security? Because there is a difference between energy security and energy independence, and I've always argued that. So this is really speaking about energy security. Energy security requires diversity and flexibility, and having that interconnection gives you better flexibility and diversification in terms of your sources and options that are available to you. So it's not just to have Belize standalone being able to produce everything it needs, but also to be able to have trusted sources from which it can pull whenever required. So the Mexico grid does provide an element of security from the standpoint of flexibility. So we need to understand that also, and not just simply articulate for a clear cutoff of the CFA grid. And as I mentioned, there's also the opportunity for export that could emerge there. But the aim is to increase the production and availability from indigenous sources that are cost effective to produce. Certainly solar is expected to become a significant part. There is expected to be some amount of wind, and there is the expectation that there will be maybe some amount of gas that will be utilized as a transition fuel. There's expectation too that hydro will be expanded and will be and there will be more hydro. Not building new hydro, of course, in terms of new dams, but rather to use the existing hydro resources and make them far more efficient with the addition of new turbines and better turbines and so on, so that you can actually generate more output from your existing hydro facilities or from your existing hydro dams. Those are some of the things that would likely emerge. So the policy position is one that is simple, that we are promoting self-sufficiency based on the, and the reduction of importation of primary and secondary energy, and primary energy being fuels, and secondary, of course, such as electricity. So in terms of the recommendations, we are looking at within the transport sector, how is it that we can look at environmental performance-based taxes and so on. How can we look at the electrification in the transport sector? So we want to address both the existing, the combustion engines, because combustion vehicles are not going to disappear immediately, despite much of the aggressive targets around electric vehicles. Combustion vehicles will remain. And so we believe that for the combustion vehicles, there should be move by government that will look at performance-based tax regimes that will seek to promote eco-efficiency in the use of fuels by those combustion vehicles that will remain on the road for the foreseeable future. So looking at, and also is here, one of the things that we have been talking about for a while in the region with the bureaus of standards is really whether we should be looking at energy performance standards for vehicles, minimum energy performance standards for vehicles, and how would we look at those minimum energy performance standards, and whether we'll start to look at even emission standards. And I've always been one to articulate the use of emission standards as a means of driving energy efficiency. The point is that if you see a car going down the road and you see black smoke coming out of the tailpipe, 90% chance it is not burning the fuel efficiently. You don't have to guess about that. So emissions and efficiency oftentimes go hand in hand. So you can always use emissions laws as a means to capture some of the efficiency standards that you are trying to achieve. And that's why, to a large extent, we believe that environmental performance can be linked very closely with efficiency, and that policies and regulations that target environmental performance is something that would help to improve the efficiency of combustion engines. Typically, and as I will tell you, what we find is that when we try to put energy performance standards in place for vehicles, we get pushback, because the politics is always that the poor man can't afford the more the cars which are better performing, and they have to give people a chance and so on. You tend to get pushback. But if you frame it within an environmental context, once it is framed that this thing is a health and safety issue because of its impact on the environment, then it changes the narrative compared to if it's just simply an energy performance standard. So we always have to make sure that there's understanding that with the energy improvements or the energy performance improvements will come improvements in the environmental performance of these vehicles. And it's important, therefore, that the laws are framed not just as an energy performance law, but also within the context of the environmental improvement, because people tend to relate more or relate better to an understanding where there's environmental benefits compared to if it's simply just an energy performance benefit. Then, of course, the second piece is electrification. That's an easy one to understand. Most people know that it's far more efficient to move electrons from a battery to an electric motor and then have that motor pretty much generate motion, compared to trying to move fuel into a chamber, igniting that fuel, exploding the fuel, trying to control the explosion, and then channeling the pressure volume expansion into motion. and that's a far less efficient process. And if one were to look at the numbers, we know already that even with the grid the way it is without any changes to the grid at all, electric vehicles typically give you 40 to 67% improvements in energy efficiency in terms of performance. Relative to combustion engines or the combustion engine counterparts. So in terms of well-to-wheel efficiency, you get significant improvements in the efficiency for electric vehicles. So even from an energy efficiency point alone, the introduction of electric vehicles will give you an energy performance benefit. Now, if you think about what you will get from that going forward, if you have an electrification of the vehicles, the transport sector, you're also greening the transport sector as you green the grid. So we are talking about previously where we are increasing significant amounts of renewables in the system. As we increase the amount of renewables in the system and we are greening the grid, the transport sector is benefiting because the transport sector has been fueled by the grid. So a green grid connected to an electric transport system will make the transport system green. And that's one of the things that we think is important within the context of electrification. And it will remove a lot of the obstacles that we currently face with respect to distributed energy issues. And I'm pleased to see BAL colleagues here because, of course, I will talk a bit later about one of the things that typically is an elephant in the room, the view that you're going to lose kilowatt-hour sales if you move to decentralized systems, which is not true. Because if you think about the direction of electrification and how much electrification is likely to happen over the next 10 years, you will probably be struggling to keep up with the amount of electrification requirements rather than be losing out in the next 10 years. And of course, the one for electricity is obvious. In terms of energy security, decarbonized power sources. Next is to accelerate clean cooking. This is an area that is typically underrepresented. Oftentimes we forget about the people who are using wood and charcoal for cooking, and it's something that we should never forget, and it's something we should always include in our policy. How do we treat those who are using primary energy sources such as charcoal and wood and all of those kind of things, primary biomass, and try to make sure that we shift them as much as possible and as far as possible to cleaner sources of cooking, kerosene and eventually LPG and so on. So if we go to the next slide, we will go from there, from energy security, we'll go to renewable energy. Yeah. So again, the objective needs no explanation. The objective is pretty straightforward, and would have been explained somewhat under the discussion around the energy security piece. Producing from what you have is going to be important. In terms of the position, it's really, again, pretty straightforward, how to utilize the renewable energy systems as a major source of power, and how to make sure that we are able to, in doing so, meet the stated obligations under the Paris Agreement, as we have pretty much articulated them within the NDCs. Belize has committed 75% of renewables within its system by 2030 under the NDCs. We believe that with what we have in the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan, we'll be able to get to 77%. So we are quite excited that with the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan framework being supported and backed by policy, Belize would be in a position to meet its Paris Agreement commitments and maybe even surpass them. Next round, you might find that Belize end up even increasing its ambition. So that's really where it is. Importantly, though, is for us to understand that renewable energy integration in of itself is not sufficient. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient, and that's one of the points that we are making in that last paragraph there. In that, and I think this thing has a laser on it. Yeah. Ooh. What did I do? I tried to use a laser pointer. Okay. It works. I didn't know it worked. I just was trying to. Rachel, I was trying to point to the last paragraph. The middle one, yeah. But I moved the slides. Bring it back to the one where it was before. Right. So this point here about ICT, I wanted to drive home. Because what is going to be important within the context of the renewable energy integration is the role of innovation. The role of innovation in terms of the design of the system. The grid is, the idea that you just simply tack on solar and wind generators to the end of the grid as it exists and hope that the grid will continue to function effectively is not one that will be promoted by the policy. We are going to be promoting within the context of the policy innovation in the grid design. So the grid will morph into a much more responsive, much more flexible, much more ICT driven, much more intelligent design. So it's not just simply adding on solar generators and wind generators at the back and just connecting them to a substation and feeding the power into the grid that is intended, but rather a situation where this will be, in a sense, driven by a reconfiguration that seeks to make the grid smarter, much more flexible, much more responsive. Which would include the integration of central generation, renewable generation, along with distributed generation that will seamlessly and harmonize and balance each other. If we go to the next slide, we will see where we would have articulated those recommendations, and those recommendations, of course, first of all, would need to look at the issue of the existing centralization distribution, if you want to call it mix, within Belize. There is very little distributed generation because of the laws. We know the laws are currently how they are, and one of the things that would be recommended within the policy is that the promotion of distributed generation, and hopefully within the consultation that is emerging by my colleague, which is looking at the regulations, then those regulatory positions would also capture and mimic what we are articulating within the context of the policy, so that in a sense the existing and planned centralized and distributed energy resources can lead to us having a system that is much more renewables based and would of course allow us to meet the NDC targets, as I mentioned. It's 85%, not 75. I said 75 earlier. The issue, of course, with distributed energy, generation will be addressed directly in the policy, so that it frames clearly the safety standards and the kinds of interconnection standards and requirements that are necessary for us to get to the stage of interconnecting customers in a safe way and a way that allows the utility to have the kind of assurance and security that customer interconnections are not going to overburden and damage the system. And the promotion of grid codes and so on would be very important. How to manage and deal with intermittency is going to be important. That is something that would be promoted through the policy positions that would emerge in the detailed policy, and understanding, of course, what should be promoted in terms of size. We are trying to, from the IRRP, we did some analyses to understand what kind of what distributed generation would have looked like in the system, and we are trying to understand and would work very closely with BEL and the PUC as we articulate the details of the policy position to identify what should be an effective cap for customer generation and so on. Naturally, capacity is always going to be important if you're talking about intermittent generation at the customer premises. There are lots of good practices from around the region in terms of interconnection rules and regulations and policies that support net billing and net and so on, and net metering, etc., and FITs, feed-in tariffs. At this stage, it's looking like we will recommend a net billing approach in Belize, because that seems to be what is most appropriate for and prudent for small environments like ours. It's what has worked best within the context of the CARICOM region, which bears better similarity to Belize than Belize does to the Sika region, where feed-in tariffs have always been more utilized. The thing about net billing is that it allows for the utility to recover some of the costs that are associated with the grid service operation as compared to if you were doing net metering, which is a straight one-on-one. But that's something that, we can discuss within the focus conversations later. That's an area that I would like to really have a very strong conversation around in terms of whether the policy should be promoting net billing, net metering, or feed-in tariffs as a case in point. But the principle of customer interconnection is one that we expect that there will be no objection to. And of course, we will expect that there will be a fulsome discussion around what the policy should be promoting in respect to customer interconnection. And but more so, the expectation is that there will be some kind of consensus emerging on whether the policy should actually be promoting customer interconnection. The expectation is that there will be consensus, but of course I'd like to get that consensus before we leave here today, so that I can say that there is agreement that customer interconnection is something that should be there. Of course, making sure that all of what is happening is anchored in the right type of, if you want to call it, collective capacity within the country, so that there are the skills and the businesses to support renewable energy integration, especially on the distributed side. If we're talking about customer interconnection and distributed energy, we must have the type of companies, the type of individuals, the type of businesses who are capable of supporting a distributed energy market. And the creation of a thriving distributed energy market is something that the policy will work very closely with the stakeholders to figure out what are the elements. And when we speak later, we will try to understand what are some of the elements that are prohibiting businesses, especially from doing more in respect to distributed energy and advancing the distributed energy markets, and to understand how the policy can help you to remove or reduce those barriers, so that you can better support and promote the distributed energy markets that we expect to emerge from the policy. If we go to the next slide, we will see, of course, another one, two main things related to the electricity sector. The principle of zoning is important. This is now going to the utility scale. The principle of zoning is going to always be important, and we would look for guidance from the government colleagues in terms of what obtains in respect to zoning, or what will obtain, because I have heard that there are plans afoot to do much with respect to zoning. And zoning is important because renewable energy is very site-specific, with the exception of solar, because solar resources exist pretty much throughout. But even then, the quality of the land solar require, for the solar to be cost-effective, require a certain quality of land. You don't want it to be too rugged and mountainous. Otherwise, the cost of erecting solar structures can be extremely expensive. If you want it to be cost-effective, the quality of the land is important. But as for things like wind and so on, they are very site-specific. Sometimes the best site for a renewable energy project may not always be agreeable, because there are other competing items. There might be a hotel, tourism attractions, other types of things. I remember there was a situation, and Glyn, you will remember this very well, in St. Vincent, when we did spend lots of money, did a wind assessment and across the country, and came up with a site for a wind farm. And after spending pretty much close to $1 million on all the assessments and determining what the wind regime was and starting to develop a proposal for a wind farm, and the decision was made by the cabinet to build an international airport at the site. and today the international airport is at the site. So, it wasn't something that we were pleased about, because we said, we spent all this money, waste all this time. Here it is. So the principle of zoning would have addressed a lot of that if you know upfront that these are no-go areas. You don't waste your time doing resource assessments in those areas, because resource assessments, especially for some types of utility scale projects, can be expensive, and you don't want to necessarily spend time and money and working in areas that would not be available for you. And of course, understanding how to feed the intermittency into the grid and what upgrades will be required for the grid. The policy will articulate. One of the things that I want to point out here this morning is that a lot of times we under-articulate the importance of the grid in the integration of renewable energy into the system. And so what has happened is that there has always been under-representation in policy and in regulations in respect to how the grid should be treated within a modern energy paradigm. And so as a result of that, oftentimes the grid remain, the grid, either one of two things happens. Either the grid remain undercapitalized and under-maintained and under-developed, while we build out large swaths of renewable energy generators. And then what typically usually obtains is that the grid starts to show cracks. And then we end up having to start doing patchwork to get the grid up to speed to accommodate quite a bit of what we had tried to put in the first place. It is always going to be important that if we are articulating significant amount of renewable energy injection, especially of the variable kind, that we address the issues with the grid in policy and legislation up front. And that's one of the things that we intend to do within this policy. And that includes digitalization as part of that plan. If we go to the next slide, Rachel? Right, so if we go to the next slide, the energy efficiency and management. So that covered renewable energy, go to energy efficiency and management. This one is pretty straightforward also. It's really about utilizing the advances. You know, we are in an age where we have far more tools and applications to do a lot more with the energy that we have than before. You know, there is no excuse for us not to be able to produce, deliver, and use energy much more efficiently than we have been accustomed to in the past 20 years. No excuse, because the tools are there. It is far cheaper, and it is safe. It has significant environmental and climate benefits. Of course, the elephant in the room is always the acquisition cost of the tools and the applications, because you have to lay out some capital to get the investment back. And so one of the things that the policy will seek to address is the whole issue of how it is that you encourage the active, if you want to call it an active energy efficiency market, as part of a distributed energy resource market. So of course, trying to understand how the rational use of energy through thorough demand side energy efficiency can be obtained as part of the energy security and climate goals that we would have set for the country. Obviously, understanding what is potentially available is going to be important, but more importantly, figuring out how to build the kind of institutional arrangements and market arrangements that will incentivize and will also facilitate energy efficiency applications is going to be critical. Because at the end of the day, although we can argue that, you know, the project has a payback of some of these projects have low paybacks, 1.9 years, 2 years, 1.5 years even. A lot of these projects do have an outlay of capital that many would not necessarily be able to find up front, and finding the right mechanism in policy that can help the individuals, or not just the individuals, but those who are likely to finance them, the businesses and the residences, to make the energy efficiency investments are also always going to be critical. You know, we have been looking, for instance, at things like integrated utility services and trying to see whether or not the utility would be in a position to aggregate the investments and bring the investments to bear on the customer premises, and make the investments in energy efficiency and other types of distributed energy resource technologies, and then recover those investments, the cost for those investments, through the electricity bill. And you know, those are things that we would have to determine together whether it's worth pushing or promoting through policy, and then eventually regulations that would support the enforcement of those policies. Do we want to put in market mechanisms that kind of incentivize banks, incentivize insurance companies, for instance, to promote energy efficient buildings, you know, in terms of their portfolios, you know, because at the end of the day, if you are a banker and you are, you know, your client would have used borrowed money from you to build a building which is more energy efficient, it means the operating cost of that client is less in respect to its energy, the building operation, and the energy, because energy use would be far lower and far better, and that improves your ability to repay your mortgage or whatever loan you would have had on a building, because of course your operating cost is certainly going to be lower if you have a more efficient building compared to one which is less efficient. And those kind of pieces, you know, how do we put those in? OSE, as I will have a critical role in the Standards Bureau. We know of the energy efficiency building code that we had articulated through CARICOM. We are now likely to do a review. We are doing a review now, because by 2024, there will be the IECC 2024 code, which will now become the base code for the code. The current base code is the 2018 code, and we had agreed that even though the code was going to be reviewed every 3 years, we would have done our updates every 6 years, because we use the IECC code, the International Energy Conservation Code, as the base code for the CARICOM energy efficiency building code. And the question of energy efficiency building code is one that could be articulated, will be easily articulated in policy if there's consensus. And we expect that this is something that should be articulated in policy. How it is that institutions themselves articulate the use of energy, public institutions included. Should governments limit have limits to our performance standards internally for their own building energy use? Should they create standards around their own internal energy use scenarios in their own buildings? Should governments limit their rental of buildings to those which are energy efficient and do not rent those which are not efficient, meaning they look at only buildings that have minimum energy performance standards for their own occupancy? If government is building buildings, for instance, should they adhere to certain standards in the buildings that they themselves build? Should there be green procurement principles linked to energy efficiency and energy performance standards that government adhere to as a policy position? Many different things regarding energy efficiency and what the role of government could be. And the reason why I do harp on the role of government in that sense is that in many markets, including Belize, government is one of the biggest consumers. And by playing that role as a responsible consumer, government can oftentimes change the direction of the market or influence the direction of the market. So oftentimes government's hand is not simply in driving the market through national policies or macro policies, but even its own internal operating policies can play a significant role in the market. If you, for instance, have governments which start saying, look, we are only going to rent buildings which meet a certain types of energy performance, you'll be surprised how the market starts to move in that direction, because people will expect that they will at some point have the opportunity to rent buildings to governments. And if they are looking to rent to government, they will understand that they need to build towards that standard in order to meet that requirement, and so on. So these are things that can help to drive the market, and so on. The whole question of the transport is also the same. If governments start to say, we are only going to give duty concessions on these kind of vehicles, or we are going to only have these kind of vehicles in our fleet, it changes what the supply side dynamic will look like because of how large government is as a customer within the market framework. If we go to the next slide, we will see that, the issue of how we look at transport is going to be critical where energy efficiency is concerned. We want to look, as I mentioned earlier, we want to look at fuel standards, fuel economy standards, because not all fuels perform the same in vehicles. There are some fuels that are more efficiently combusted than others. Obviously, looking at different types of e-mobility, not just electric vehicles, but different kinds of e-mobility. I've heard conversations about trains and e-trains. I don't know where that will go. I've heard, we have been looking and discussing questions around electric ferries and electric water taxis, hybrid electric ferries, hybrid electric water taxis, electrification of the golf carts in San Pedro and those kind of things, starting to ban these combustion golf carts and maybe looking at only electric in San Pedro. I don't know where it will go. I'm only the messenger. I won't be in a position to tell Belize what to do, but certainly there is merit in having those conversations to determine what Belizeans are prepared to do to meet their energy needs. But these are questions that we must answer, and how do we then frame this in policy if it is that this is what we want, if it is that we determine that we want to ban combustion engine golf carts coming into Belize eventually, or phase out combustion engine golf carts and move towards electric golf carts. And I know there was a challenge in the past with the degradation of the batteries, and that's why many people turned to combustion engines. But the technology has changed so much over the past 10 years that those problems that led to the current problem. So there was an initial problem that led to now the current problem. And those initial problems that would have led to this current problem are no longer here because the technology has increased leaps and bounds in terms of electric technologies in golf carts and other types of transport. So, trying to figure out, how far Belizeans are prepared to go and how fast in terms of the adoption of technology to clean up the energy efficiency within the transport sector is always going to be important. Within the principle of industries and trade and services, as I mentioned, again, Jose is going to play a critical role with his with the Standards Bureau to figure out really how do we maintain the right types of energy management and performance standards for industry and commerce. Should we start looking at certain, ISO 50001, for instance, standards across industries, certain types of industries, as something that should be adopted in a wholesale way. Those are some of the questions we need to look at. And do we need to, codify it in policy? Should there be incentives provided to industry to adopt ISO 50001, or should there be assistance provided to them by government? Should there be a government agency, or there should be some amount of support given to the Bureau to help the Bureau to assist commerce and industries with ISO 50001 and other types of energy management standards and practices that could make them much more energy and eco-efficient going forward? And how do we build this out? Should there be codification of some of this in law? And should we keep them as pretty much policy positions and leave them as voluntary standards, as they are in some instances? So those are some of the things that we'd have to figure out. We spoke about building codes already. And of course, within the context of building codes, that would also include the conversations around equipment in the buildings, including air conditioning and lighting and refrigeration and so on. So we go to decarbonization, pretty straightforward. After renewable energy and energy efficiency, decarbonization is a straight linkage that benefits from those. So, pretty much if you are using renewable energy and improving your energy efficiency situation, then obviously decarbonization will come as a clear benefit from that. But as I mentioned, it is important for us to track and manage the inventory of carbon. It's important for us not to just do the integration of renewable energy and do the energy efficiency measures without recognizing and tracking and managing what it means in terms of carbon reduction. So we must always ensure that in developing all of that, we are able to follow a pathway that shows us what the decarbonization implications are. Now, the first point in terms of a policy recommendation is one that is critical. And it is based on the fact that while we are talking introduction and integration of renewables, there is going to remain residual fossil systems in our system for a while to come. How quickly can we get rid of the fossils out of our system? That's a question that nobody in this room can answer. Not even the most clairvoyant among us. The point is that fossils and gas will remain in the existing assets for a while. Bell is not just going to get up tomorrow morning and throw out all its HFO and diesel generators. And and we have been talking about gas as an option for replacing some of the potential liquid fuel opportunities which would have been taken up otherwise. So what we're saying is, if we are going to bring new fossil onto the system, rather than go for a liquid fuel option, let's go for a gas solution. But those who understand the thermodynamics and the physics, you know that gas is easier to do pressure volume expansion and therefore much more efficient compared to starting with a liquid fuel. And therefore, in that context, if what we have done through the IRRP is to be followed and will likely show what the future looks like, there will be some gas solution as part of the generation mix as a bridging arrangement to facilitate fossil fuel integration, especially to facilitate renewable energy integration, especially the variable renewable energy options. If we are going to bring in significant amounts of solar and wind into the system, especially the solar. We know what will happen with solar. And that goes back to climate, because apart from the fact that solar is weather sensitive and obviously is dependent on when the cloud comes and where the cloud comes and how long the cloud stays for, it is a lot more unpredictable nowadays because of the predictability of the climate, as we always say. So we are actually building in climate volatility into our energy system to get rid of fossil fuel volatility. So the geopolitical volatility which we face with fossil fuel sources is being replaced by renewable sources that actually have climate volatility, because the geopolitical uncertainties affecting oil and gas could be, if looked at through the lens of the climate uncertainties we face within the world, because we still do not know at this stage what will happen with emissions in the next 30 years, next 20, between now and 2050. There is still not yet clarity around what would be likely the temperature rises, even though there are many projections as to what could potentially happen. Some are saying we are on the path for 2.8 degrees Celsius by 2050. Others have other views and so on. The fact is that with the climate variability, obviously, we know that rainfalls become less predictable and and so on. So the kind of variability which we are likely to see with some of our renewable sources is going to be a real issue that we have to deal with in respect to cloud cover coming, rainfall coming, and so on, and our production being oscillating up and down, being able to manage and integrate these variabilities into our system, because of the fact that renewables are climate dependent and weather dependent, means we will have to have the kind of load following generators which will allow us to be able to ramp up or down depending on what is required. We are going to have to invest a lot of money in expensive batteries, which we will not be able to do significantly, or we are going to have to put some gas in the system, and to deal not just with solar and wind, but also the hydro, because obviously too, the hydro is seasonal in terms of its variability. A lot depends on the hydrological cycle, which is also, again, a climate influence commodity. So being able to have gas in the system that can compensate and kick in and replace the loss of resource from any of our renewable options when required is something that is going to be important. And so the policy recommendation here is really one that speaks towards that, being able to look at rational utilization of fossils and gas for new and existing assets, but doing it in such a way that it is not deleterious to our decarbonization agenda. So you try to manage it, do it in a managed way. Try to bring in just enough for it not to throw your trajectory off track. And that is something that is important. The rational use of fossils is always going to be something that we have to be able to pay attention to. And so we think that this is something that should be addressed up front in policy, because you don't want it to simply catch you off guard when you start to build out a renewable portfolio. You realize, hey, this portfolio can't be built out successfully unless we have this amount of gas in the system or this amount of fossil fuels in the system. So rather than wait until you get to that stage, we address it up front, take the elephant by the bull by the horns, and think about it from day one. How does our policy address the residual fossils which will remain in the system for a while to come, and any new fossils which may need to be integrated in order for us to bridge us between where we are and that transition to where we are trying to get to. That's something that I think the policy has to address up front. And within that context, trying to understand how we deal with the integration of fossils all the way from production to delivery and distribution is going to be important. And that's therefore something that we should contemplate, not just for in terms of what the policy and legislative framework would look like, but also think about it even through the lens of the electricity sector transition. As I mentioned, the expectation is that there will still remain, based on the IRRP, some amount of fossils. And as you saw, the NDC said 85% in any case by 2030. So there is expectation that there will be some amount of fossils in your system, even so. So if we go next, we see also within the context of transport is going to be much more difficult to decarbonize than electricity, as you would imagine. And so What's up, Rachel? I'm going too slow. Okay. So the transport is going to be, yeah. Yeah, so transport is going to be too difficult to, to decarbonize. So we need to make sure that we, we look at opportunities for clean fuels, green fuels in transport, where we can and how we can and when we can. So that's going to be important. We spoke about cooking previously and the renewables. If we go to now to distributed and interconnected energy systems, really, this is the heart of, or the belly of the beast, if you want to call it that. This is probably the proverbial elephant in the room. How do we build out a thriving and effective distributed energy resource market in Belize, which does not have a culture of distributed energy resources? We are in a country which does not have a very strong culture of distributed energy resources. But we recognize that distributed energy resources is going to be central to the future of the country and how the electricity system will be articulated. How do we build this culture of accepting and adapting distributed energy resources within Belize? And that is something that we need to spend some time trying to figure out today. Because to be honest, while I have the technical ideas and the technical suggestions and recommendations, the distributed energy resources typically do not fail because of technical or engineering challenges. They typically fail because of policy non-acceptance of policy or societal non-acceptance and so on, or sometimes stakeholders who might resist stakeholder, let me call it stakeholder resistance. Oftentimes you can find stakeholder resistance in some quarters. When you look at the countries in the CARICOM region, and people talk a lot about how blessed we are with significant renewable resources, I can count 8 countries in the region which in law do not allow distributed generation. In law, distributed generation is not allowed. In a country like Trinidad and Tobago, as a case in point, you're not even allowed to self-generate without permission. But then we are in environments where we are articulating, renewable energy integration and responsible citizenry and democratization of energy and all the nice things. But, our laws in many instances do not provide us with the tools and so on. And of course, we start with the policy. The first question is it that we really want to get to a decentralized energy resource as part of our system in a significant way, and how do we build that channel so that it becomes mainstreamed within our energy system? And in building that channel to make this mainstreamed, what do we need to do in policy to make sure that we articulate that we attack or deal with the barriers that could prohibit the market from actually emerging and flourishing? So really, it's trying to understand, firstly, whether there is consensus, because I know there are divergent views on this one. This is probably one of the most divergent ones. The ones previously most people will be acceptable to everyone. But this one is going to be one of the most polarizing ones. Depending on the vested interests, there will be views that will be different from different corners and different portfolios. But this is the era where we will need the most significant convergence around. And why is it the most significant convergence will be required around this one? Is because this is, as the name suggests, decentralized. This is where it will require many different opportunities to be taken advantage of in your own individual spaces, on your own premises, in your own buildings, in your own residences, in your own businesses. And so once you deal with that decentralized or distributed type of opportunity in this regard, there has to be very strong and clear policy articulation in order for the markets to be efficiently and effectively managed, because otherwise it can be chaos if it's not articulated properly, because this is everyone pretty much having an opportunity to do, or every woman having an opportunity to be able to participate in this market. So if the market is to emerge, the market has to emerge with clear guidelines and clear articulations of policy so that the market can be effectively managed and so that the market can have some semblance of order for it and so that the market can thrive in a way that doesn't, that doesn't negatively affect the quality and the reliability of your power grid. So there are a number of things that have to be balanced. You have to make sure that customers can connect safely and they can connect in a way that allows them to have the benefits of the system that they have in their own premises for themselves, but at the same time not to remove the system benefit of the total grid to other customers. There's always going to be the need for you to spend a lot of time looking at the big picture, which is the system's benefit. Ensuring that while you're in your house or in your business putting on solar PV or distributed cogen or whatever it is you're putting on your premises and feeding that into the system, that is not making the benefit of the total system to the other consumers. It's not affecting it in a negative way. So the system benefit rule is always the one that is going to be paramount in any work that we do in distributed in the distributed energy resources, especially for the distributed generation side. And it's important, therefore, for us to study and understand the framework that is necessary for distributed energy resources to be part of a secondary retail electricity market within the context of Belize. It's going to be very important for us to ensure that the information and communication system that is necessary for the utility to see and understand where the generation is and what is happening with the generation, it's going to be important for the utility to be able to have sight of that. I'm living in Barbados, where there is 30 megawatts of distributed solar on the system, and the utility has no sight of maybe as much as 70-80% of that generation. They do not know where it is. They cannot tell you where it is. And on any given day, they are going to get applications for license that they must based on policy directives that are emerging. And these are things that if you don't do them properly, you might end up like Hawaii, where you put 300 megawatts of solar in your system. And then when you try to fix it with a lithium-ion battery, the battery blows up because there's just so much power to dump into the system. So, policy guidance is important because it not simply ensure that we find optimized solutions, but it also, if we do the policy guidance in the wrong way, the policy guidance can actually accelerate the damage that we are trying to prevent. Because in many instances, like in Hawaii, the 300 megawatts of solar in the system didn't end up there by accident. It ended up there because of a policy position that promoted the integration of rooftop solar systems. And it was both policies that were at the state and federal level. And it got to the stage where the country ended up curtailing waste-to-energy power, ended up curtailing geothermal power because of the policy position that required the utility to accept rooftop solar PV preferentially to everything else. So, yeah, if we go to the next slide, we will see that at the end of the day, if we go to the next slide, we will see that at the end of the day, you have to go to the next slide, Mark, and go back out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We passed here already, man. So, yeah, so we already go back to the pillars, yeah. So if we go to the next slide, we'll go to the green economy. Mm-hmm. And the bottom line, of the green economy piece is that energy provides an opportunity for us to build green throughout the entire value chain of our economic of Belize. It allows us to build green throughout the social sectors, through the education sector, through the healthcare sector, you name it. The ability to green our schools, the ability to green our healthcare facilities. The ability to green our businesses, our places of commerce is something that is important and is something that we should seek to embed. And it's one of the ways in which we can practice natural resource conservation principles is by looking at how we can use energy as a mechanism to green our social and economic sectors in ways that maximize the use of eco-efficiency and reduce the use of energy as a resource. This is something that we really should pay some attention to. If it is that we have schools as a case in point, and we are trying to create a culture of sustainability among students and among our youths, the best place to ensure that this starts is in the schools. Of course, the home is also important, but of course, imagine if our kids, if Belizean children are going to school and already before you teach them a note, they are already going into classrooms that have occupancy sensor lights, where the lights come off whenever there's no one in the rooms. They are going into classrooms that are powered by solar electricity. They are going into classrooms where they can understand the principles of green and the integration of green energy technologies, because it's part of their environment, it's part of their surroundings. They are seeing it there. There are SCADA, there are display systems, small energy management systems that are showing them how much solar was produced today, and how much was produced yesterday, and how much was produced last week, and how much solar has been used by the school over the past month, and how much energy from the grid was used over the past month. These are little displays that they will be able to see in these in small dashboards, which are not expensive. Some of these energy management systems are $3,000-4,000 to implement in our premises. Not very expensive, but the amount of information and intelligence that your students will be able to derive from seeing these kinds of practices and understanding the intelligence and information that is being produced can be critical to the future of Belize in that sense. So how is it that we can promote sustainable development ethos across all the sectors is going to be important for every single ministry and sector. So it's not just about energy, but there is a critical role for energy to play because of how widespread and how mainstream energy is. So the expectation is that other ministries will have to come on board to look at how they themselves through their own sectors can drive the principle of a sustainable development thread that pervades the economic and social sectors of Belize. But we believe that the energy policy should start by promoting how energy can play its role in that sustainable development thread, being a part of what will embody and frame how Belizeans seek to pursue their economic activities, and how Belizeans seek to pursue their social actions. So I will move to the next slide that will pretty much speak to looking at green energy resources and where feasible, promoting renewables. That is clear. So a lot of it will be based on promotions, but a lot of it is going to be based on how is it that we are building out the systems in strategic ways so that there will be societal participation and societal understanding and throughout the value chain of how it is to be, of what energy means to sustainable development in their daily living, and in their work and their home environments. If we go to the next one, when we will go to the energy governance piece, within the context of energy governance, and this should not be an energy agency. It's really supposed to be it's the establishment of, I think we have changed the text from energy agency. It's the energy, there's an energy unit that's now in the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and e-governance in Belize. And the view is that this should be what you would say. I wouldn't use the term promoted, but that the unit should become a department. It should be built out into a full department within the ministry. Why a full department? Because you need to ensure that you have the right kind of administrative framework that a department would be better capable of providing as compared to a unit. Something as important as energy, which will have such a cross-cutting, if you want to call it, impact, which requires so much coordination. If we're talking about all of these planning dynamics, that will require so many different stakeholders from so many different groups. You need to ensure that there is a very strong, robust structure that is well-resourced and well-articulated, that has the capability to perform these functions. If you are talking about being able to not just provide the planning functions, but also provide leadership functions in terms of helping government to understand where there are opportunities for government itself to play its role as a consumer within the energy space. If you are talking about being able to influence the sustainable development principles and considerations through energy articulations. If you're starting to talk about energy as an economic sector in its own right, then a unit is not going to be enough. You need to have a full-blown department of energy that is driving that in terms of a governance arrangement. Recognizing that within that context, the department would be working very closely with the electric utility, with the PUC, with business, with the usual stakeholders, with development partners, to ensure that the mandates of the policy, the objectives of the policy are being met. At the end of the day, one of the things that is going to be important is for there to be clear articulation of the indicators that are linked to the meeting of the policy objectives, and that there is some amount of tracking and measurement of the policy performance. Because policies are not expected to simply be there because we want to have a policy. The policy is there to achieve something. And so one of the things that is intended is that when the policy is built out and the full policy is emerging in December, there will be some clear indicators that will speak to what are some of the things that the policy should achieve by when. And the expectation is that the department, as a case in point, would be one of the custodians that would have the responsibility for tracking the performance of the policy, and would be in a position to report on the performance of the policy and to articulate changes to the policy in those areas where the policy is underperforming and where the policy objective may not be fully congruent with the circumstances, because circumstances change. Or sometimes we misdiagnose. We're not pretending that we're perfect. We might say, well, this is what is needed, and we agree on a policy that is going to address something in a particular way, but then we find that policy prescription has not worked and it needs to be changed. And therefore, those are the kind of things that are expected. We do not expect that because the policy says something, even if it's not working, you will just continue to do it blindly. The expectation is that if a policy's prescription is attempted and is not yielding the results, then there ought to be some mechanism through which there is an evaluation of that policy prescription to understand, is it working? If it's not working, why is it not working? And when you understand why is it not working, what should perhaps be another mechanism that is utilized to address the same issue that the policy prescription may have been seeking to address in the first place. And one of the things that it is hoped is that eventually, we'll be able to do regular policy impact assessments to understand which aspects of the policy is working and which aspects are not. Of course, even as we do the tracking and the monitoring of the policy going forward. So the institutional arrangement is going to be critical, and we think that it's going to be important for there to be a very strong conductor in the middle, and we think it's important that the Department of Energy should emerge as one of those strong conductors, strengthening other entities like the PUC, providing additional support to BEL, and looking at how civil society could be also strengthened so that their role in the governance structure can also be improved or enhanced through the participation in planning committees and oversight committees, etc., is also going to be important. Looking at building individual capacity, looking at building collective capacity and institutional capacities all around is going to be important to the whole governance framework, because at the end of the day, what we are seeking to achieve is a principle whereby all things are transparent and whereby there is full accountability in respect to how the policy is implemented, so that citizens know what is happening, why it's happening, and recognize what is complementary and consistent in a transparent manner. And that is always going to be a critical piece of a modern energy policy, because without that level of transparency, you would quickly lose respect, and without the integrity and the respect that is required, you will never get results. So that is where I will stop. I am not going to spend too much. Sorry, we have some more. Rachel, let's just look at it. Yeah. So yeah, so there will be committees that spoke about that and the review processes for compliance and all of that. We can go. We spoke about that a while ago. If we go forward, that's it there. So yeah, the one thing I didn't include in the slides, which I want to just spend 2 minutes to talk about, is the word principle, and I started with that of energy as an economic driver, as an economic sector. Think about what would happen if it is that Belize is able, well, we are looking at this across a multiplicity of Caribbean countries, so Belize is not alone. We are looking at the geothermal rich countries in the Eastern Caribbean. We are looking at a number of countries in the Northern Caribbean which have very strong offshore wind resources. And we are in the process of identifying mechanisms to determine how do we create the kind of energy market whereby you're not simply focused on the domestic markets or satisfying your domestic demand. Because traditionally, with the exception of the oil and gas sector, the countries with fossil fuels, which of course has a legacy interconnected market globally because of how fossil fuel markets function. Traditionally, what we have done in the past is whenever we are looking at energy sector planning or we are thinking about our energy sector internally, we tend to focus on meeting domestic demand. Okay, we have solar, we have wind, this is what our demand projections look like, and we try to develop resources to meet our domestic demand. That is typically the way we look at renewable energies. A couple of things have happened in doing so. One is oftentimes some of these projects that we are trying to integrate to meet the domestic demand are relatively small, and in the scheme of things, they do not come out cost effectively. As a case in point, the cost per installed megawatt of solar PV globally, based on IRENA's numbers, is at about $1.1 million per megawatt, right? Solar PV is approximately $1.1 million per megawatt installed. In the Caribbean, based on the average of the numbers we have determined from the projects that have been installed for solar PV, we are installing solar PV at around $2.8 million per megawatt. A significant reason for that has to do with scale. There are other reasons, there are other factors. So there are some of the factors have to do with things like the cost of capital and all of those things. We know there are other factors. But a major factor in that has to do with scale. And we will never overcome that scale issue unless it is that we build demand. So demand building has become a critical part of modern energy planning in the Caribbean context. Well, that's where we are pushing the envelope. That demand building will become a big part of the energy sector. So it's not just about satisfying existing demand, but also looking at opportunities to build demand that will create opportunities for us to serve the global community with clean energy and clean energy products, whether it is clean electricity, whether it is clean fuels, or clean commodities through the development of industries that are energy intensive but benefiting from clean energy. Those are the kind of things that we are looking at. When we are, you would have heard some of you about the power to X as the next big thing, where you use power to produce whatever industry it is that you have the ability to market. Power to hydrogen, power to ammonia, power to methanol. Gone are the days when the only way to produce ammonia and methanol is from the fossil industry. Nowadays, we have an exciting opportunity to do what the fossil industry did for the petrochemical sector by using renewables to create equivalent green fuel sector that can serve pharmaceutics, that can serve materials, that can provide energy for a multiplicity of markets across the world. And countries like Belize, which are resource rich, renewable resource rich, but have small demand centers, have a significant opportunity to create industries out of the energy sector itself, where energy now becomes not just an enabler of commerce, making your commerce sectors more competitive, not just an enabler of agriculture to make agriculture more competitive, not just an enabler of tourism, but energy itself becomes one of your economic sectors, similar to what it is in Trinidad and Tobago, only that you are not a fossil-based energy sector, but a green-based energy sector. So I will stop here. Thanks very much.
Well, we want to keep the momentum since time is going ahead. And so I want to suggest that we open the floor to the discussion. And instead of a break, you guys just go to the back and grab your snack and coffee or stretch if you need to. Well, that takes the first couple questions. So please. Do we have a mic to pass around?
So this is the time to ask question. Dr. Gardiner, thank you for your presentation. I have two questions. I would like to talk about the topic under the renewable energy. Typically, we talk about solar panel, wind turbine, but is there any okay? Is there any standard, like in terms of getting a solar panel? Can you get any solar panel in the market, or would the policy consider the standard in terms of safety, in terms of durability? Is there any consideration of a standard? And then my second question is regarding electric vehicle. What will happen when the battery of those vehicles reach the lifespan? Is there any framework of how to dispose of the battery?
So, two questions, thanks. So, ladies and gentlemen, while you are refreshing yourselves, there were two questions asked by my colleague here, and in future, I'll ask you all to just announce your name and your position. I know you, so it's fine, but for the benefit of the room, it will be good to say your name and your position in the institution in which you are, just for the benefit of the room and the records.
Hello everyone, I am Amir Mata from the Energy Unit, and I am an Energy Officer.
Yeah, thanks. So the questions which were asked were around standards, specifically in this case about solar PV systems and standards. And then he asked about electric vehicles and, if you want to call it, waste management. And those are two very important questions. Let me start with the solar PV one. And maybe Jose can always join me in answering if he sees fit. But within the principle of the sustainable energy sector, one of the things we have been articulating at regional level, and that we actually have included in the policy details, is the creation of what we call a quality infrastructure. And what that quality infrastructure means is that it spreads across the entire thread of the sector. And as a whole, Jose will tell you that he intends to create a quality infrastructure for every sector in Belize. But certainly for the energy sector, you want a quality infrastructure to be created for the entire sector, meaning that it is not just going to be a patchwork of a standard for this, a standard for that, a standard for this here, but that the entire sector itself is governed by quality standards and quality practices and regulations that ensure that the entirety of the sector function in the way that we want it to function. What that means is that you would look at all the various segments of the sector that are required for the segment to operate effectively, from the generation assets to the the transmission and distribution assets, to all the equipment behind the meter, and look at how it is that you promote the types of quality performance and standards that are necessary for them to deliver what they are supposed to. In the case of the generation assets, especially for utility scale, those are easy. You work with the IPPs and you make sure that the IPPs are delivering according to a certain standards, because there are few who are involved in that. So those would be articulated very clearly through grid code. Now, in the case of also the transmission and distribution system, the same thing. You would work with the electric utility, which is a grid service operator, to ensure that and work with the utility, not necessarily directly, but through the PUC, which as the competent authority to determine what is effectively the performance requirements, both in terms of equipment and items for the grid to function in an effective way. But this is something with which we expect the Bureau and the PUC to work very closely. Now, getting to what you are asking more specifically, I suspect that when you talk about solar PV, you are talking more on the distributed side, because the ones that are usually going to be done on the utility scale are typically going to go through the ringer of the PUC and the BEL, and the Bureau will be involved there. Now, on the distributed side, it will be a lot more loose. You'll have a lot more players, a lot less control points. So what you have to do is manage those control points through very rigid standards, very rigid quality infrastructure, such that you create minimum energy performance standards that prohibit. What you don't want is to be trying to address standards when the panel is already in the hands of the end user. That is not the time when you address standards. You don't want to tell them, no, don't put that panel. What you really want to do is to address the issue of standards so that your standards ring fence your country and prohibit the types of panels that you do not want from entering the country. So with people like with the Bureau of Standards, with Jose and his team, and we have been talking about that at regional level, what are the types of performance standards that we need to put in place for solar thermal system? It's something that we already are exploring, and solar PV, and we're looking at all kind of different equipments. The IEC has a lot of standards for these kind of equipments, and it's really a function of us determining how within the context of a larger quality infrastructure we identify the priority areas in which we want to develop standards and in some instances technical regulations to protect the quality infrastructure that we want to design. So it's about building the kind of technical regulations that prohibit underperforming or low performance products from entering your markets. And for that to happen, you need to have the Bureau involved and managing the conversation with stakeholders. So because it's your decision what you are prepared to accept in the market. So you will look at the market trends and you will understand what's available, and then you will come to a determination and say, look, this is what we want in Belize. We do not want any solar PV system in Belize which performs below this criteria in terms of whatever criteria you set. And you set those and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are many minimum energy performance standards out there for solar PV. You can review them. Jose and his team are used to doing these things. They would review these standards that are out there, and then they determine which one is most suited to your circumstance and situation. And then that becomes the applicable energy performance standards for solar PV. Because guess what? And not just solar. Same goes for light bulbs. We have been talking about minimum energy performance standards for light bulbs. For refrigeration, you have not adapted the ones for refrigeration and air conditioning. So if I'm a minister of finance as a case in point, right? And you are saying to me, I need to give duty exemptions on LEDs because it's more efficient and it's going to lead to greenhouse gas emissions benefits, and it's going to lead to avoided oil imports and foreign exchange savings and all the usual arguments which I get. I'm going to say to you, do the calculation and show me how much I'm going to save. And when Dion runs his calculation and comes to me, the only way I can guarantee that that is what I will be getting in terms of savings is if when the product comes, it performs the way it is supposed to. And the only way to make sure it performs the way it's supposed to is if it is ring-fenced in standard, in a quality infrastructure. So standards are very important to us. You tell us citizens that, LEDs are cheaper in terms of the lifetime operating costs. It will last 100,000 hours, and it will use this amount of kilowatt hours. It will use 10 times less kilowatt hours than the wattage usage. Let's say the wattage usage per lumen is probably 10 times less or 100 times less, depending on CFL or incandescent. 100 times less than CFLs, than incandescents, and 10 times less than CFLs. And you tell a poor householder to take their money and go and buy the LED, and you tell them it's going to last 100,000 hours, and then it lasts 2 hours. That, number one, they would not have recovered the investment because the payback would have not been 2 hours. And number two, you have just fleeced this, you have now just killed the market for LEDs in your country. Because when those people start to walk around and say it doesn't work, then that is going to become the story. The story is not going to be that there's a bad type of LED in the market. The story is going to become LEDs do not work. So the quality infrastructure is going to be critical to the establishment and the maintenance of the market for distributed energy resources in the country. And it's not just solar PV, it's not solar water heaters only, it's an entire quality infrastructure. And that will come with with the standards, the regulations, the testing, and all of the compliance requirements for managing and maintaining the quality infrastructure, ensuring that you do not end up with the types of equipment that you do not want in your country coming through your borders. That's really the bottom line. And the second one about the electric vehicles now. So you asked about batteries. What will happen to electric vehicles if you bring in all these electric vehicles and the batteries are 10 years typically rated, and all of these batteries, there will come a time, when the batteries will need to be, replaced. What is going to happen to all these batteries? Very good question. It's a question with which many other countries are still struggling to grapple. And this is why you have to start planning these things early and planning them up front. Because if you wait until when it happens, you start to try to figure it out, then you're going to have a problem. If you try to figure it out now, then you can identify what the different opportunities are for managing this waste and to deal with this waste by the time it becomes an issue. There are some things that are already been done that you can take note of and that you could guide how you could look at it. The batteries in cars, as a case in point, the reactive power that the car requires is far higher than you would require in a home for a similar system. So let's say you have a 10 kilowatt system in a car, and in that car, and it's degraded to an extent where it gets to probably 40%. You could still, it may not be able to operate and move that car because the car needs a lot more power in terms of reactive power. But that system would have the capability to run at least some functions within your household. So you could actually repurpose it. And there's a number of projects that are going on now that are looking at, including in Barbados, the repurposing of vehicle battery packs into making them home battery packs. So you could probably get another 10 years out of that battery if you repurpose it and make it a power pack that you use to run certain aspects of your home. Now, if you have a 10-story mansion with 2 swimming pools, it won't work. But if you have a modest home like myself and you are running just a little refrigerator and some televisions or something, then you could run aspects of, even if not all of your system. It could be part of your backup. supply for your home that could really give you some amount of backup power and could help you with things like voltage regulation, frequency regulation, if you're using, for instance, solar on top of your house. And even if you don't use solar on top of your house, you could just use it to sink energy when it's available from the grid so that you can use it for standby power when it's not available. So there are some things that you can already do with it in terms of repurposing. There's another repurposing project that's going on where they are looking at it for golf carts. So you're using the lithium-ion batteries from the cars and repurposing them for use in golf carts, which require far less power than the cars do. So you're extending the lifetime of the battery, so you don't just simply have to throw them out after 10 years, but they can last 20 years. Now, you still would have to figure out what to do with them after that 20 years is done. Now, a significant part of the work that is happening globally in respect to the battery sector is looking at, how you would call they are looking to re-extract if you call it recycle. Let me use the term recycle. I don't like the use of the term recycle. But lithium is one of the most difficult metals right now to manage. And there is recognition that a global glut for lithium could be a problem if we are not managing lithium effectively. And of course, the importance of lithium to the electric vehicle sector and to the battery, the renewable energy sector as a whole is something that we are cognizant of. And there's a lot of work that is currently going on in terms of the recycling of batteries to try to extract the lithium from them and repurpose the parts and use the recycled parts in future manufacturing. So we expect that there will be solutions emerging. What we need to do is ensure that within the context of Belize, we create the kind of policy framework which prohibits people from just tossing them arbitrarily wherever they so desire, and find a way through which we can manage them centrally so that we can put it into whatever value chain we choose to do. Thanks.
Hi, good morning. My name is Diran Wade, and I'm from the Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation. My question is, as a part of the review/update of the National Energy Policy, has there been any investigation or study of the possibility or feasibility of the use of ocean thermal energy in Belize? And I say this especially considering the recent launch of the sustainable, the MEP, maritime, yes, and the MSP, which would then factor zonation within the ocean and is important in terms of identifying location of the ocean thermal energy within the production of the MSP.
So within the construct of the resource planning work that we had done, that informed to a large extent what the likely energy mix could look like within the 5, 10, and 25-year timelines. We typically are constrained when we do those kind of planning to look at technology options that are commercial. So if you do an integrated resource plan, you wouldn't include OTEC in an integrated resource plan because OTEC is not yet at the stage where it will be commercially considered as a part of your mix within an integrated resource plan. Because there are too many unknowns in respect to the integration of unknown technologies in an integrated resource plan. So within the IRRP that was done, OTEC would not have been looked at or considered because we would have limited that to mature technologies like wind and solar and so on. Be that may, two things. would be critical to what you just pointed out. One is that within the context of the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan, the rule of thumb or the function is that every 3 years, even though it's a 25-year plan, every 3 years the plan must be revisited. So you will always have the benefit of being able to include new and emerging commercial technologies when they are becoming available within your plan. So if it is that there emerges breakthroughs with respect to OTEC that allows you to now treat OTEC as a commercially available resource and application within the plan, then it means when you do one of your future revisions of the plan, you are able to run OTEC alongside the rest of the technology options, and OTEC would emerge within the scenarios as part of your energy mix. So that is with respect to the planning side of it, that you are allowed to bring additional technology options in. So it is not exclusionary to new technologies and new technology applications that will emerge as commercially available and commercially viable in the future, because even though it's a 25-year plan, it does allow for 3-year revisions and updates. So that's one. Now, the second piece is in respect to the treatment of innovation within the context of the policy itself. And the policy does treat with innovation within the context of the renewable energy aspects on the one hand, especially in regards to OTEC, and of course on the use of OTEC, especially within the context of green economy, could play a part, because innovation is going to be important in the green economy aspect and the renewable energy aspect. Relative to OTEC, innovation is important in all aspects of the policy, but relative to your question on OTEC, OTEC would find itself engaged in the renewable energy aspect and the green economy aspect under innovation. We are treating innovation, especially for the marine renewable energy sector, in the policy. So we are not constraining ourselves to OTEC or any single marine renewable energy technology within the policy, but we are saying within the policy that we will continue, and what will emerge when you see the full policy articulation in December, we will articulate, and you would see it in the green paper too, that this is also framed there, that we are encouraging, that there will be exploration of opportunities for marine renewable energy. We made it broad, marine renewable energy, such as OTEC, and offshore wind, because offshore wind is also a viable option and opportunity in the context of Belize. And so, in fact, if you were to look at it from a commercially available standpoint, offshore wind would already be, preceding OTEC in terms of its current state of development. But we are allowing for the opportunity of marine renewable energy to be integrated into the system in Belize. Now, especially within the context of the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan, the focus was on domestic supply. But when we start to go to the principle of exports, the expectation is that offshore wind will probably be one of your major source of power when you start to look at the production of hydrogen and the production of green ammonia and the production of green fuels for our export. It's not always going to be easier to do it land-based. People will argue, yes, but Belize have a lot of land. Well, yes, some of that land is way in the bushes and require you to do a lot of environmental damage to get there. And it's a lot of times your offshore resources are closer to the demand centers, are closer to the infrastructure that is required for you to develop the resource. And so offshore for Belize is going to be important, certainly for wind and certainly for other ocean options. And we do see opportunities to monitor and do development of OTEC as one thing, making sure that we understand where the potential sites are and look for opportunities to do small pilots that can provide proof of concepts that could guide future orientation of use of OTEC. The challenge with OTEC is that unlike solar, unlike wind, those countries that have significant OTEC resource do not have the money to sink into R&I. When you're talking about wind, there was a lot of money up north. The guys from Scandinavia, the guys from Germany were able to throw a lot of money at wind development. And so wind technology development pretty much skyrocketed almost exponentially because of public funds that went into R&I. Same thing with solar, same thing with batteries, same thing with electric vehicles. You know, the R&I funds is what really drives the leapfrog progress on these technologies. With OTEC, the technology development has been far slower because there has not been as much R&I funds. The truth is that most of the OTEC resources lie between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, and most of those countries do not have the R&I money to throw at it. So it's not going to develop nearly as fast as some of the others. Thanks.
Comment, question? Doc, I had a question.
Yeah, man.
I think it was under the energy security pillar you had mentioned emission standards. Hello? Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Under the energy security pillar, I think you mentioned emission standards. Is there any country in the region, even outside of CARICOM, that you know of had implemented something like this when it comes to cars, bringing in cars? And if not, what does the best practice rollout look like, and what do those kind of standards entail generally?
Yeah, so in terms of emission standards in the region for cars, many countries have shied away from it because of cost. It's sometimes not the cheapest thing to do. So what some countries have done is they take the easy way out. Jamaica did it, Guyana did it, Barbados. A number of the countries have done it. They simply ban cars that are older than a certain age. That's the easy way out. You simply say if the car is more than 8 years old, it cannot come in. And that's because the view is that the newer technologies, vehicle technologies, would have had better emission standards built in with catalytic converters and all of those things. Plus, you know, the combustion systems tend to be better in newer technologies. The view is that as technologies improve, so does emission standards. And so rather than go after the emissions because it requires measurements and verification and testing and all of that, and poor Ozzy would have to know as he stepped out, but he's always down in the back, would now have to have the capability to now go to a car and have the men check the quality of the exhaust. It's not easy to implement, to be honest. So countries have typically taken Caribbean countries have taken the route of banning cars that is beyond a certain age. In Jamaica, you cannot bring in any car that is more than 8 years old. In Guyana, it was also there up to 3 years ago, but when the administration changed, they reversed it. In Antigua, it's 10 years old. In Barbados, it's 5 years old. What they do is limit the age of the used cars that you can import, and that has been one way of dealing with it.
How do you prevent scenarios such as the Volkswagen scandal?
This is what?
Without testing, how do you prevent the scandal such as the Volkswagen scandal?
The
Technology, but
well, yeah. Well, those are one-offs, though, Ryan. I mean, yes, you're right. But there is a quality infrastructure that exists globally, and that requires countries to depend on each other. And so, what you find is that it's almost impossible for every country to test everything that is coming to them. So you tend to rely on testing records and standards from some of the supply side countries. So if it is you have a car that has been developed in Germany, and German emission standards said this is how the car should perform, and the car has been imported from Germany, you would, as a country, take it for granted that for this car to have been produced in Germany and been made available by a German automaker, that the car is meeting German standards. Now, if there's something that is untoward, it's always going to be a bit difficult for you to put in mechanisms in your own country to deal with those things. Those are one-offs, which are not so frequent. And so I wouldn't worry too much about those and those kind of situations. But if you want to implement a practical emissions testing mechanism, the way the place to do it would be to do it at the ports, and to do it through what we call MRAs, or mutually recognizable agreements, where those vehicle importers would be expected to bring a certificate from a third-party testing lab that would state that the car meets the testing the standards requirement even before it arrives. So if, let's say, there's a dealer in Nissan who is bringing in used Nissans into the country. That dealer, when he brings in a particular Nissan line into the country, would be required to produce, and also you're in the back drinking your coffee, but you can feel free to come in later on and talk about these things. You know it better than me. But that dealer would be required to come into the, to report through the competent authority, usually at the ports, what the performance standard is, because once it's the technical regulations, the port authority would be required, the customs authorities at the ports would be required to look at the performance requirements. So if it's in regulations that this car must perform in a certain way, and the requirement is for a certification to be provided to verify the performance of the vehicle, then the port authority colleagues, the custom colleagues would ask for these certificates from the importer. And when the importer brings the certificate, then the port authority guys would then look at the certificate, determine its validity, maybe in consultation with the bureau. And then once that is done, then they would be allowed to bring the cars in. So that would be a way through mutually recognized agreements that could be managed. And that's Jose Nadinimid. So I've done a good job. Thanks, Jose. So that is one way that you could reduce the cost rather than trying to wait till the vehicle come and then you try to test them when they arrive. But be that may, Ryan, you always have to sometimes think about the cases where there are suspected failures or there are suspected breaches and looking at compliance requirements. And so you might want to have as a minimum some, if you want to call it, some testing kit. It doesn't have to be anything high-tech. That if there is a view that there is a particular importer who is beating the system, I want to check, just do a check. Or maybe even just to do these random checks, just to keep people on their toes. You do have these very small kits that you could use, and so on. So I think if you're going to bring in vehicle emission standards, it would certainly have to be for the vehicles that are coming in, newly imported vehicles, especially used vehicles. It's always going to be more difficult to tell a man who is driving his 1970 Corolla that he has won, been given by his grandfather, and that he has had in Belize for the last 30 years and he has been driving it. It's political suicide to tell that man that he needs to park his car and he can't drive it. And so I think the emission standard piece has to be dealt with, has to be used in relation to incoming vehicles, not the vehicles that are existing in the country. You just hope that those that are already in the country will fade away at some point. The car will break down and he can't drive it again. And that will take care of that.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah.
Final call for questions, comments before we head into the next session. Yeah, great.
Hello. Hi, Mark Miller, BPCL down in Toledo District. So you talked about a couple of things with regards to solar on the electric grid. 2.8 US dollars a watt, kind of average across the Caribbean, and part of that we know is scale. Smaller systems cost more than bigger systems. Mm-hmm. And so and one of the issues that is always brought up, I just retired from the NGO world as well, is social equity. Solar is not going to help people with $50 electric bills, because they're not going to put it in. Mm-hmm. But does this policy allow for or consider promoting joining them together as a co-op, not because they're neighbors, but because they meet a social level, say below $100 electric bill, something like that, right? And I'm not stuck with that number, it's make-believe. Mm-hmm. And I could have ones from Belize City and from near the hydro dams and in PG and so on. And I join them together, so now they are one electric bill. And we put in solar, and we even go to the next step and say, so what zone would you like that solar installed in? So that they can benefit because the investment is on their behalf, even though they themselves may not do it. But this could be done via an NGO or through a business that just sees it as an economic opportunity. So that was my thought process, and kind of opening, is that something that you foresee or that would work under what you're proposing?
Yeah. Many thanks for that. There are many variants of what you are proposing that are being contemplated in the Caribbean now. In some instances, some of those variants are being considered under the policy for Belize. There are, within the context of the policy, one of the things that is going to be important to facilitate what you just mentioned is the principle of what we call wheeling, electricity wheeling. And the policy definitely is going to be proposing and recommending wheeling. Wheeling is, for those who don't understand, the ability of an end user to establish an energy generator in a location A, put that electricity from the generator into the utility grid, move the electrons through the grid, and recover the electrons elsewhere. Of course, we know once the electrons get into the grid, electrons are electrons, but recover an equivalent amount at their premises. So in a sense, wheeling on the energy that they need from their production point to their end use point, and then paying a service fee, because nothing in life is free, you know? Paying a service fee to the utility or the grid service operator for that convenience of using their grid as a transport mechanism of the electrons from your generator to their end use point. So that is the first point. So to facilitate, wheeling is going to be important, and the policy will be promoting wheeling. Well, and that's one. Now, community solar of the type that you describe would be easily facilitated through a wheeling arrangement. We obviously have been articulating for other mechanisms, especially through the integrated utility service model, which I talk about in a second. But the intention of the policy is to speak to community solar in general terms, and our citizen participation in terms of energy investment in general terms. So yes, there will be some articulation of citizens in investment and community solar and community projects in that sense. Certainly, especially in the context of, in the cases of where you have microgrids, where microgrids will be produced, in fact, for some of these underserved or unserved villages. The principle of community ownership and community investments in the generator, even if it is that BL will own the microgrid itself, is something that is being looked at and is intended to be prescribed, probably articulated through policy. So that in a sense, if you put a microgrid out there, there are aspects of the microgrid which would have community ownership. So not unnecessarily requiring that BL owns everything from generator to distribution, or that the community owns the entire thing, but really we are thinking that a practical way to ensure that there is significant community participation is to have the community ownership on the generation side in those microgrids, and the utility or some other, having responsibility and maybe ownership on the distribution of the distribution system. But these are all things that are, still emerging in the conversations, and I will be guided by where Belizeans want this to go. I'm simply taking instructions, because ultimately I will put the arguments on the table, give the ideas I can, give the pros and cons, but ultimately the policy is a Belizean policy, and Belize will have to make the determination as to what they want included. Now, one of the things we recognize too is that you're right in the sense that disadvantaged customers oftentimes do not have the opportunity to make the investments, and oftentimes cannot make the investments even if they have the opportunity to. There's an issue that your point also touched on. It's not just about the ability of the household or the individual to afford the investment of, say, rooftop solar, but a significant number of people, residences and commercial occupants, are renters. And the issue of a split incentive for renters is a real one that is prohibiting a significant amount of distributed energy resource investments. If you are renting an apartment or a house, you're not going to go and buy a solar system and install it on somebody else's house top, even if you are not going to pay any bill for whatever period you live there. You don't know when the man will give you notice or the woman will give you notice. You're not going to be prepared to take down your solar panel and walk with it on your truck, and you don't know where you're going next, and so on. So it's an inconvenience. I was doing a study in 2011 when I was a consultant on solar water heaters, rooftop solar water heaters. And at that time when I did that study, there were 40% of residences in Jamaica, well, in the Caribbean, the whole Caribbean, 40% of residences were not occupied by owners. 60% of commercial buildings like guest houses and hotels and so on were not run by the owners. So there were all these split incentive issues which were prohibiting the investments. And so what we believe that from a split incentive standpoint, having mechanisms that can facilitate third-party arrangements, wheeling would be one, committed solar type projects would be, ways which could be one of those. We have been looking also at what we call utility services, integrated utility services, where the electric utility pretty much makes the investment and ties that investment to the meter. And pretty much at the end of the day, it means that the customer who lives in that residence does not have to put the investment up front, but the utility is the one making the investment and recovering it through the charges to the meter and so on. So we are looking at the various mechanisms. Thanks.
This? Oh, good morning, everybody. Daniel Ortiz from Channel 7. I don't have a specific question, but I have a humble request to make of the esteemed participants here of this event. If I could borrow Dr. Gardner for a quick sidebar interview. Just to pick his brain a little bit for our newscast tonight. I hope it won't be too much of an inconvenience.
We're wrapping up now, Well, Doc, thank you.
Yeah.
You were here a while, and I'm going to stop you from your break. So thank you.
No worries, man.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
All right, so before we wrap up, I just want to point out two things. Rachel, if you could project the agenda for me. We would have repeated over and over, and I'll repeat it again, how important your input is. I know what was presented today is a lot, so you need time to marinate, and that's fine. So I want to remind you that when Rachel sent out the initial invite, she would have sent out a copy of the the green paper, but also a submission form that you could utilize and will remain open in the next 2 weeks as that continues to elaborate this policy document, the draft policy. For you to send in your comments, your suggestions, what are we missing, what would you like to see? It's very important that we get feedback from you and from all your sectors where possible. You could also utilize that form to tell us what direction you want the discussion to go tomorrow. I hope you make it back tomorrow to the designated roundtable session, which is projected there. So please locate the one that is of interest to you and your area of expertise. So yes, please utilize that form between now and the next 2 weeks, so that we could incorporate your knowledge and your recommendations in this process. So I just wanted to repeat that to you all. Today we're starting with the first session after lunch. And then tomorrow, as I said, please locate the session that you want to be a part of for the discussion, and we'll see you back then. So with that, I'd like to invite our Energy Director to help us close off the plenary session, and you guys could move forward and enjoy your lunch.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you once again. I hope you found the presentation from Dr. Gardner not too overwhelming. Like Ms. Rocha said, there's a wealth of information in there, and apparently a whole lot of work that needs to get done, but not just by the ministry, but also with the help and input from the stakeholders within this room and other stakeholders that are not present here today. So with that, I will not be holding you any further from your lunch, and I hope you remain for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so really the purpose of these smaller sessions is for us to basically provide a forum of equal standing that you guys could feel open to contribute how you see fit. And so we had proposed thematic groups, but I noticed here today that most people stayed, which is good. And I like that because we get a more diverse discussion on the theme, no? So with that, I want to say thank you for staying around. It shows a dedication to this process. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of this afternoon session. So with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Garner back to the podium, and we can proceed with the discussion. Oh, sorry. Since it's more of a intimate setting, I would like for us to just pass around the mic and everybody just give the name and the entity, just so we could have an idea of who's still in the room, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ted Ford Pate. I'm with Fortis Belize. I'm the operations superintendent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Aaron No, Fortis Belize, power plant engineer.
Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Marin. I'm with Fortis Belize, and I'm working as an engineer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reina Ko. I am here to represent the Toledo Cacao Growers Association from the Toledo side.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Raul Briceño, Technical Services Manager, PWS.
Good afternoon. I'm Gilbert Canton with National Gas Company Belize. We're interested in supplying gas for gas power generation.
Erin Ryan, National Gas Company.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marielle Mai, representing Pro Solar Engineering.
Afternoon all. Darwin Roberts, DG, BTL.
Good afternoon, Mark Miller, Belize Power Connect Limited in Toledo.
Good afternoon, Marbeli Lozano from Solar Energy Solutions Belize.
Good afternoon, Ashley Hebert, Solar Energy Solutions Belize.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm hoping we're all energized. I am here from the Belize Compact Development Program, and we're interested in reducing the cost of electricity.
Hello, my name is Artemio Osorio, and I'm also with Besana from the Belize Development Compact team.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jose Riverol, Fortis Belize, VP of Operations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kay Menzies, President and CEO of Fortis Belize, and by our presence here, you can see how important we think the energy policy is to Belize.
Good afternoon, Ishmael Quiros, Economic Development Council, Office of the Prime Minister.
Good afternoon, everyone. Darian Buckley-Wade, Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Victor Juarez, I'm representing the National Association of Village Councils and the District Association of Village Councils, Stan Creek.
Good afternoon, everyone. Leticia Westby from Sugar Industry Research and Development Institute. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, no puedo hablar inglés. I'm just kidding. Good afternoon, my name is Juan Rancheran. I'm working with the Belize Compact Development Program. I'm the Environment and Social Performance Specialist, but all of us work along with the electricity, trying to see how we can lower the prices of electricity in Belize.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ellie Mendez, and I am from Pro Solar Engineering. I currently hold the post of Project Logistics.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ryan Cobb, Energy Director for the Energy Unit.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marion Fregene. I work with BEL. I'm the Manager Energy Supply.
Good afternoon, Sheena Simpson, Manager Planning and Engineering with BEL.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm In Mata, Energy Officer for the Energy Unit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dion Kelly, Energy Planner in the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gian Hansen, Energy Officer, Belize Energy Unit.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Glenn Morris. I'm the team leader of the LAIT UP Belize project, which is funded by the European Union and which is supporting this process on behalf of the Belizean stakeholders.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gloria Lemos. I am the Admin and Finance Project Officer for the LAIT UP Belize project.
Yeah, so thank you. I presume that I've already been introduced. So I am Devon Gardner again. Yeah, so let me, how long we have, Cara, just try for this session? An hour ideally, okay. So we have an hour ideally for this session. So let's do 1 hour and see what happens. Yeah. All right. So if there are violent oppositions to us ending at, then we will continue. So, all right. So let me tell you what I had in mind. I wanted us to have a conversation. I had really structured this around utilities and regulators in this session. But of course, we understand that there are others in the room, and we also welcome the views and feedback from the non-utility and non-regulatory colleagues who are in the room, but especially the IPPs. The IPPs are a critical piece of this conversation too. So it was intended for those who were on the utility and IPP and regulatory side. Yeah, in that sense. Now, want to start the conversation with one of the things that which where I had, in a sense, brought things to in the previous session, where I mentioned that perhaps the era that will require the most significant distillation is around the distributed energy resources. So I want us to really start with distributed energy resources and work our way to some of the other areas. What I'm going to do is pull out what I believe are the main things, that are the main elements that we need to have discussion around and get views and feedback on. Of course, your own questions too, but of course I will also put some of the things out there and just ask for general views and comments on some of these items and issues. For instance, you know, in the context of distributed generation, we do speak about a couple of things. For instance, in respect to the establishment of the market framework for distributed energy resources, we do speak about the consumer-prosumer arrangement. It would be useful to get views around the table in respect to distributed energy resources from your respective institutions. I don't know if you will be speaking representing your institutions or whether you're giving your personal views. Either one is welcome. Just make a disclaimer when it is you're speaking from a personal standpoint versus the institution, to give views on, what is the appetite and expectations regarding distributed energy resources. Certainly distributed solar, rooftop solar, certainly distributed cogeneration, distributed battery, energy efficiency as a service being pursued through modalities such as the electric utility. Things like customer interconnection. Are there preferences? Have there been conversations around a preference for feed-in tariff versus net billing versus net metering? What do you envision? What are the current states of plans in respect to a grid code? Where are we in the development of a grid code? Have there been work in that area already? Is this work that is currently ongoing? I know, I did my own desk assessment a couple of months ago, and I know that there were the gaps. But, much have happened in months, so maybe there might be things that you could reference at this point. Really, this first, let's say, 20 minutes, if we could dedicate it to conversation around customer interconnections and distributed energy resources, especially in respect to those items, rooftop solar, distributed battery, distributed efficient cogen. I know it's not something people talk about a lot, but efficient CHP at the distributed level is something that is gaining a lot of traction, especially for hotels and those who could use secondary heating applications, etc., food processors and such alikes, especially in instances where, if you're talking about gas integration into the country, as a case in point, ISOBS, and I can tell you examples in some countries in the Caribbean already, including even at the University of the West Indies in Mona, where there is a LNG-based distributed cogen on the campus that is producing up to 6 megawatts of power for the supply in the campus. So those in breweries in Guyana, like Banks and the distillery in Demerara, they are already doing distributed cogen with ISO type LNG that is providing heat for some of their processes, their heat processes, as well as electricity. So the CHP processes. The days of distributed CHP being inefficient are gone. There was a time when, centralized CHP was considered to be far more efficient than distributed CHP. That was 5 years, 6 years, 7 years ago, maybe. 2022, you are getting 90% efficiency out of distributed CHP if you select your engines correctly. And the question is, where do we see all of that fitting in? Or do we see it fitting in or not fitting in? And so on. I would like to invite, I'm going to call on people until such time when people start to call on themselves. So I certainly would want BL to start the process. I don't know who is going to volunteer or who is being volunteered. Thanks. It will be good to hear your views and to understand what you would like to see in a policy that articulates BEL's views on distributed energy resources. When they use this one. Gloria, use this one.
With regards to distributed energy resources, BL had conducted preliminary studies and assessment in order to formulate a draft framework of what we would like to be put into regulation or policy from the Commission standpoint. So we had drafted what we would want as interconnection standards and possible rate structure to start that conversation and that discussion with the regulator in order to formulate something that could be put into policy and regulation for us to start assessing these customers that already have distributed energy resources installed. So we know that within the country of Belize, there are customers who have rooftop solar installed. We don't have a listing of these customers. We don't know specifically where they are, what is the capacity of each installation, to what standard, which would be very crucial if it's to be placed in a rate structure that they could feed back into the system at a specific rate. We have to ensure that it's to the standard that we would want, because it would be an extension of our network, of our generation sources. And we already have grid codes that the IPPs have to adhere to. So similar to that, there would need to be a grid code that would be applicable from the distribution standpoint for these persons who are selling back into the grid. However, at this point, there is no policy framework or any official documentation as to how this would be dealt with from the regulation standpoint or the regulator standpoint. So I don't know, any change in rate structure has to come from the regulator. So we were just starting the conversation and sending preliminary documents to initiate that discussion. The last update that I had was that there was no response as yet. So there's no formal approval or guideline as to how we would proceed with this. But this has not stopped customers or persons in the public to install their rooftop solar. Right now, they're really not getting the benefit from it to sell any excess to the grid since there's no framework in place. But definitely, we would need to do an assessment from the utility side to get these customers identified from a safety standpoint. When we're working on the network, we would need to know who has generation in order to have proper isolation points and to keep our safety standards for our crews working on the line. I don't know if you have anything else you want to add. And anything else to respond to?
The framework that you are, first of all, how long is it that you have had this conversation going on with the PUC? The first thing I want to find out. Second of all, was the consideration around net billing, FIT, net metering, what was the thinking in terms of the current thinking?
Right, the discussion had started with the PUC from 2021, I believe. Prior to that, we had a consultant working with us, guiding us on what is industry best practices, what would be applicable to Belize, in order to formulate that paper that was sent to the PUC. So I believe that discussion had started last year. I would need to confirm if the official documentation was sent last year or this year, but that informal discussion had started from last year. We were looking at more net billing as the rate structure that would be used. So I think that was the philosophy that we were going towards.
And were there consultations with customers, or was it just internal in there?
It was internal to BL with the external consultant advising about best practices, not stakeholder consultation as yet.
Okay, thanks. You wanted to add anything?
Just on top of that, BL also, as you might know, has already also been looking at the smart grid infrastructure, right? When it comes to AMI, I believe we did a pilot that kind of is almost still a pilot going on, because we still haven't finalized on that and moved. But definitely in our 5-year plan, BL is also looking to roll out smart meters also in preparation for the distributed generation. Because what we realize from the distribution side and from our monitoring of the grid is we have to be able to get back all that data, right? To be able to see what's happening out there. Currently, we have visibility up to our start of our substation feeders and sometimes even further into the feeder. But we need to be able to see what's happening at the customer premises. So definitely BL is looking at all these initiatives because we know what's coming ahead. Even if, yes, we're not getting feedback from the regulator at this point, but we know that, especially because it's already happening in a kind of unmanaged sense. But from a policy standpoint, I think what also worries BL more is when it comes to distributed generation is the monitoring and enforcement. That's because it's almost like we have roughly 5 to 7 IPPs that we can monitor, and we ensure that they meet all the standards in terms of generation coming into the grid. When you go DG, you're talking upwards of hundreds of prosumers. So we really would want to see from a monitoring, first of all, we would assist in the standards because these people will be connecting to our grid. So it has to meet our own standards. But after that, in terms of the monitoring and control perspective, we would like to really see from the policy standpoint what type of framework will be put in to ensure that a certain standard is maintained from the DG perspective.
So what exactly would you like to do when you talk about monitoring on the customer side? Is it that you would want to have the ability to control the flow of power from the distributed generator to your grid and, in a sense, determine when it is best for you to access that power and that kind of thing? Do you want to have the ability to interact with the customer system when it gives you the best system benefit? Is it that you want to get some kind of system benefit out of it that is manageable in real time? Is that what you were talking about?
Yes, because the customer would only just be looking at their system. We are looking at the entire grid. So ability to be able to maximize the potential of DG would hinge on having that high-level view of what each customer has the potential to. And also from a safety perspective, we would want that when we choose to, let's say, for example, do some works on our grid, we are comforted that there is no backfeed coming into the system.
So did you do a system benefit assessment, your consultant, when he did the work? Was there any kind of system benefit analysis?
I don't think it went into that level of detail.
Okay. All right. All right, thanks.
Just to add to Omarion's point though, because we also have to consider that we have commitments to IPPs already. Mm-hmm. So we have to live by those commitments and those power purchase agreements. The DG is coming on after those commitments are in place, so we have to be able to manage our load versus energy on the system and the capacities and all of that. So that would have to be factored in. Yeah.
Importantly, therefore, two things. One, is grid integration study. Ryan, you can jump in at some point. Have there been a grid integration study that would have looked at the integration of rooftop PV and such likes? That's one. And then two, in that regard, kind of give us some insight. Well, link to the first one, give us some insights into what the grid integration study said, if there's one, in terms of how much and any recommendations and caps and all of that. And then the second piece is, and again, between Sheena and Ryan, is the intention in terms of Omarion and your suggestion around having some degree of utility control over the customer DG, DER? Is it that the utility would be looking at financial structures that would be able to compensate customers for having that system benefit coming from their distributed system? So two questions in one. I'll start with the first and then the second. And Ryan, I would like to hear your take on it at some point. As you push it out to Sheena, but at some point, I want to hear from you too.
Right. In line with the first question, we had recently completed a least cost, least risk generation and transmission expansion plan study that was looking at generation, utility scale generation and transmission. It also looked at the integration of DGs, the impact on EVs, on load, and the demand that would be required. So that had looked at the 20-year horizon. So we have that information, and the analysis was done, system models, stability studies, and everything was done to formulate the plan for the next 20 years. So it outlines what generation sources needs to come online to be able to reach the 75% renewable by 2030 with a reserve margin, of course. And it gives the timeline by when these facilities would need to be online. Complementing that, distribution planning had done a study looking at the integration of distributed energy resources on the distribution network and the impact on the distribution network. So it was done in collaboration with the study that we were doing from the generation and transmission side. And it was an entity, the same entity did both studies. So the information was shared between both studies. I don't have the specific number that you're asking for with the level of integration that the system can now withstand with distributed energy resources without additional infrastructure or strengthening being put into place, but that number is available. And there's also the roadmap going into the future, what infrastructure would need to be put in place in order to ensure that the grid, the distribution network is stable enough to integrate these sources and have the necessary infrastructure in place to make the distributed energy resources complement our network, our transmission and generation from the utility side. So we have all that information and the load profile of what we expect the uptake for DG and EV to be, both pessimistic, optimistic, and base. So there's also pivot points where we could relook at it and do an assessment in the next 3-4 years and see what inputs have changed, looked at the different strategies and solutions that were recommended and reassess the plan. So that was a vital study for us. Coming out of that, I know we're talking from the distribution side, but there'll also be RFPs from the utility scale side for generation to come online. We were also focusing on diversifying our sources, our energy sources. We have hydro, biomass, fossil fuel, but we need to diversify our sources. Solar, battery storage, wind, natural gas plants. So all those would factor into what would come online within the next few years.
So the RFP is going to be one that is technology neutral and just pretty much go out for different generators, and then you will assess them against the system benefit. Are you going to go for specific technologies? Specific technologies,
because the roadmap over the 20-year horizon has identified which technology in which year.
Okay.
So as you had mentioned earlier in the discussion, in order to bring online utility scale solar and more renewables into our system, we need fast responding units and certain generation sources to be online prior to that. So the natural gas plants, the battery storage, and those would need to come online in order for us to bring on utility scale solar and move in that direction.
And to continue talking about the distributed generation side, you had asked about the utilities control on the customers themselves. I think the first point to say is that what the government and the regulators have been thinking about is that it begins at the licensing stage. Whenever approval is given for residents, commercial, or industries to install these installments, these types of installations have to be in line with their current load or with their perceived load that they'll be having, because what we don't want is for these installations to think that they'll become IPPs basically. They're not in it to make revenue off of energy generation. They should do it as a choice of where they're getting their energy from, and of course, a choice of economics that suits them. And of course, I do believe that the utilities need to have some type of control over the system in the sense of, so for safety reasons, if they're going to be working on any specific feeder, they'd be able to either enact some type of idling mode or at the very minimum, stop production so that they could safely work on those feeders.
Yeah, thanks. No, you're going to jump in at that same point too, Sheena?
But that's, I think that's what Ryan spoke to. But it's just to add to that, it's also from the point of monitoring to see that they are not compromising whatever part of the grid they are feeding into, right? And I think there are standards for these already that are already in place. So it's really just making sure that they are in line with the best practices. For example, if the grid is experiencing certain events, it might be necessary for prosumers to come offline until the grid goes through that event, and they are not allowed to come back online until a certain time. So it's more from that perspective, and also from within our own perspective, capacity building, creating of functions within the utility that will be looking at all these things, because these things would directly change how the utility operates.
What about incentivization for time of use and those kind of things? What about incentivization for actually, say you have a large industry that has a certain amount of demand, and you're running into problems and you need to get that extra capacity online, and you pick up the phone, you call your laundromat or your brewery, and you say, listen man, whatever, if you were planning to run a batch between 2 and 6 this evening, run it at, delay this to 4 hours, and we give you some, incentive for that, whether it's a lower cost, a lower tariff, and even in more general terms. Is there any thinking towards time of use tariff in Belize at this point?
The short answer is, I believe, yes, there is consideration for time of use. That's one of the main principalities why we're thinking of incorporating the battery storage into the main grid, so that we could have the battery run by the utility and not a specific IPP, so that the battery can basically be charged by the cheapest source of power available, primarily at nighttime, because that's when you'll be able to charge it the best feasible possible. But also to talk about incentives, the government is also looking at creating, along with financial institutions such as the Development Finance Corporation, other financial incentives for these types of installations as well, such as low interest loans, or we're even looking at how can we leverage or look more deeply into the taxes and custom tariffs for these products to enter the country as well.
And in terms of time of use as a case in point, and I guess because of the other colleagues in the room, you might find that there are opportunities for people to now put in battery and buy the power when it's cheap, and use it when it works, and use the battery when it's expensive. This becomes actually a way to improve the economics of your energy situation in your business or your residence. You store the energy at night when it's cheap in your battery system, and just switch over the switch in the evening time when you're coming from work, when it's likely to be more expensive, and get the cheap energy at night and use it in the evening when it's expensive. But wheeling, is this something that the government or the utility, what's the position of the government and the utility on wheeling?
On the issue of wheeling, I think that's something that within the current regulation they're looking at right now to see if it's right now legally feasible, and of course later on to see if the economics work out for industries, because the overall objective of the government is going to be finally to reduce energy costs, specifically for industry and the commercial sector, because the overall goal is to get the productive sector much more larger than it is right now. And whenever they're talking about costs, it's always about what's the labor cost in Belize and what's the energy cost in Belize. We currently produce some very fine products in Belize that garner a premium on international markets, but we haven't been able to take it, let's say, full mainstream because of the energy costs in Belize. So if we reduce those energy costs, they'll be much more competitive with other similar products as well. And if wheeling is one of the ways that we can achieve this, this is something that the government is definitely interested in looking at.
Okay. Thanks for that. Glenn, I see you have your hand up. Let me see if there's anybody else who might have a question. You can show your hand if there is any questions from anywhere else in the room.
I just wanted to raise a point around this new paradigm of distributed energy resources. And picking up on this discussion that you're having now, is that the relationships between the previous concept of a customer and the utility are changing and becoming much more interactive and dynamic. And what that suggests to me is that there should also be a forum or a mechanism for that dialogue, which until now has maybe been mediated through the regulator or just through the tariff. And so now the question arises, is this kind of event important or valuable to have these discussions? And would the new institutional capacity in Belize be charged or be responsible for trying to mediate or create the forum for the dialogue? Because it's going to be more of a collaborative effort, I would imagine. So I just wanted to raise that point of the conversation changes, and what is the platform? How do those conversations take place?
Yeah, thanks. And within the construct of that discussion, that point raised by Glenn Ryan, and maybe you are, because the regulator is not here at this point, it's also important to have you probably speak on that, because the regulator and you would have had a lot of conversations and discussions around some of these points. The matter of behind the meter, how far is the regulator prepared to go, or how far do you expect the regulator to go behind the meter? Because typically that's an unregulated area. And I know based on the conversations we are having now, it's sounding like there could be regulatory creep. If we start to push too far behind the meter, where does the regulatory responsibility stop? And then who takes over once you get behind the meter? Is this something that would now be managed through B2B between the utility and the consumer? Or is it something that the government will now play a role in a sense, managing through policies and incentives to induce or whatever it is, customers to act in a certain way, because it's always, you have to always be careful about how far the regulator goes inside a person's premises. Yeah. Lou. Okay. So, yes, so currently I believe the discussions have been that basically the regulator stops at the meter right now. Mm-hmm. But what you're aiming towards, what I imagine you're going towards, is the integrated utility service model, basically, which is behind the meter. Mm-hmm. We have been in discussions with the utility and with financial institutions to see how we could incorporate that type of model within Belize, the integrated utility model, where there would be some type of agreement between the utility and the consumer for the improvement of efficiencies of equipment or systems or processes behind the meter that will ultimately reduce their consumption. I think we're leaning towards that this is going to be somewhat of an unregulated market, mm-hmm. but it would be a different branch from within the utility itself. Mm-hmm. But in conjunction with that, we're also working with other institutions such as the Belize Bureau of Standards for the introduction of energy efficiency standards and labels that will also contribute towards those types of efficiencies. Once we have those type of equipment now available within the country, then customers will be able to leverage
the integrated utility service models to replace existing equipment or purchase new equipment.
Do you expect to push beyond the standards into technical regulations eventually, so you codify the standards into law?
Yes, actually, we're going to be starting off with refrigerators and freezers, where it's going to be a 2-year voluntary scheme to begin with. And then by 2024, 2025, this will also become a mandatory scheme.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Are there any views, any questions, any comments from anywhere in the room on these conversations around distributed energy resources?
Hi, I just had a question in regards to what Mr. Ryan was just talking about. I know he's talking about the customer end, right? But what about the supplier end when it comes to safety of the grid whenever someone is working on the grid? We as the supplier, is there like a process or a document, any codes that we, the installers, can find somewhere or is given to us so we can follow, and don't feed back into the grid? I know right now we're not selling back into the grid. We have certain equipment that doesn't allow it to feed back. But now that we're, changing things, is there something different,
The grid code would facilitate that. That's it. Go on and answer.
Yes, so that's what you'd be calling the grid codes or the interconnection codes, where I wouldn't say that equipment will be standardized or dictate what type of equipment, but it's basically the protocols that you need to follow for the installations have to be present. That is one of the reasons that we are putting in the different license classes. So because you now have to apply for a license for a specific installation, they'll have to adhere to the different codes. So it's just like whenever you wire a house, you have to abide by standards. It will be the same thing now for installations as well. To be available, to be quite honest, we are working to see if we can have this available for next year, maybe third, fourth quarter of next year. Because we're working on the licenses right now, the license classes. So naturally, that's the next step as well now, to see what those interconnection codes are. And it's not that they don't exist; they already exist. It's just to see what's best to adapt for Belize itself. You're saying it already exists? Internationally. No. It exists internationally. You have it in Guatemala, you have it in Barbados, you have it in other Central American countries. But these are very, very extensive documents. So what you'd like to do is basically do a handbook or something to that effect, so that it can be easily accessed and read by installers.
So Ryan, thanks for that. 2 quick things. One for you, and then I'm going to jump over to you because I want to ask you a couple of questions as the supplier of technology too. In respect to the standard of a contract or the license for customers who are going to be prosumers, for net billing customers, how is that going to be handled? What's the process? Who will issue the license? Is it that the ministry will have responsibility or the regulator? What's the administrative arrangement that is anticipated?
Well, currently, right now, on the current laws, it's the regulator that has that charge right now.
That's what I figure. So what would that obtain is that the application will go to the regulator would determine the license, the feasibility of the license, issue the license. Then the individual will go to the utility to pretty much discuss, ensure that they get all the information regarding the interconnection standards, and the utility would, of course, do some kind of checking and verification after installation to make sure it meets the standards, something like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks. Now, for my colleagues who are on the product importation and sales and installation, I presume also, do you also maintain too?
Yes.
Okay.
We design, implement, and maintain our systems.
Okay, great. For you, what are the main barriers you have in respect to your business, your line of business, in terms of the current state? What are the main barriers that you have as in that line of business, and what are the things that you would like to see in policy to address these barriers?
Well, for starters, I want to say the tax tariffs. As I am from the logistics area or department of our company, the big issue that we're having is the high tariffs, especially on batteries. We cannot give, you know, an affordable price or an affordable system to clients. Like, for example, Mr. Mark was talking about clients who only have a bill, monthly bill of $50. They cannot afford a solar system now because of, you know, the prices. That's a huge barrier for us.
Okay. So, but in terms of capabilities, you have all the capabilities to deliver once the market opens up.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, so colleagues, I want to now dig into another piece of the ERP aspects before I shift to some other aspects of the utility and regulatory space. Electric vehicles, our electric mobilities. Let's talk about that because that's a critical part of the DER space that's emerging. And I know BEL has a lot of work that it is now doing to ready itself and steady itself for the opportunities that are emerging. But there are a lot of players in is there anyone in this room who sells or intend to sell, import and sell electric vehicles or provide any kind of services regarding electric vehicle? No? Okay, all right. So nobody inside here is at that stage yet. But give you a perfect example. In Barbados, and I have a hybrid electric vehicle, a Nissan X-Trail. And the other day I tried to get it serviced. The dealer for Nissan in Barbados refused to service it. They said, we don't service hybrids. And that's the dealer. So now I will have to go and find somebody. Well, I bought it in Guyana, to be honest, and shipped it into Barbados. I had it when I was in Guyana. But the Barbados dealer said, we won't service it, even though it's a Nissan dealer in Barbados. And I said, you would not even to call the people in Japan? They said, nope. So now I will have to either fly in somebody from Guyana or something. I do it myself. No, all right. So these kind of things, we take them for granted, eh? But these are real. So when we encourage people to do certain things, imagine when they hear these kind of stories, what is going to happen? In the context of electric vehicles, and against BEL and ministry are going to be critical. Is there anyone from transport in the room too? Okay, well, all right. So Ryan will have to take the lion's share of the talk. And can I help us to understand, to a large extent, what are some of the things that government have on the horizon in terms of clear targets and goals? Because want to understand a couple of things. Electric buses, municipality versus national bus service. What's the difference? How do we distinguish them? How do we incentivize them? How do we make sure we get the best system benefit out of a national service versus a municipal service? Because I've seen the two emerging. How do we ensure that the policy can articulate and promote and support both in respect to buses? Electrification within the public transport, within the private ownership sector, private cars, those who are likely to own private cars. What is being done what does the government want to see in policy regarding the enabling framework, not just in financing, because we focus a lot on the financing, but the enabling framework for the support services, the capacity for dealers and car importers to really, systematically drive EVs as a market within Belize. Are they there yet? I don't think so. What do we need to do to get them there? And how can the policy build out prescriptions to do that? Because I do believe that we spend too much time arguing about whether the banks will finance the vehicles. I see banks financing M-Class Benz. So certainly they can finance a Nissan Leaf. So the problem is not the amount of money. The problem is the fact that there are inherent risks to how the market is built out. And until those market risks are addressed, much of which has to do with the capacity to import, maintain, and service those vehicles, then you will have the challenge with the financing. But once you get rid of those underlying risks, the money will come. So let me hear what you have to say, and then I know BL is doing some stuff I would like to hear from BL, what do they project, what do they expect, and what they are putting in place, and how the policy can support their own side of the work in terms of infrastructure for EV. Brian.
Okay, sure. When it comes to e-mobility, I'll first begin to discuss a little bit about public transportation with e-mobility. The ministry in charge of public transportation is the Ministry of Transport. But because we're now talking about e-mobility, the energy unit or the Ministry of Energy is really doing the technical supporting role towards that ministry. So for example, under the European Union program where we got some financing, we proposed to do a pilot program for electric buses. Electric buses in actually both applications, they said. One is municipal and the other one is interdistrict. Within the municipal run, we've identified Belize City as, well, one, it is the largest city and the one that already has established bus runs basically within the city. So what we'll be doing is that we will be getting 2 electric buses in conjunction with the Belize City Council so that they can establish routes and charging points within the city so as to service the citizens of the city. What we are looking for is testing to see, one, the type of buses that can be accommodated within the city. As many of you know who actually travel within the city, we have some very narrow streets. So selection of routes is also very important. But what we're looking at is to see how the technology adapts to our context, to our saline environment, such as our humidity. And to be fair, also, does it handle our flooded streets when it rains? When it comes to now transportation between districts, we're going to be doing a pilot project between Belize City and the St. Helena border, where we'll be having 2 buses again with 1 in reserve. That will be doing, it's a basic operation. We'll be partnering with existing bus owners or the Bus Owners Association so that we could get as much real-time and actual data on the ground, actual real-world data on the ground. We are looking to see how the buses again operate. The main thing is not just to see how the technology works, but also to develop a business case, a business plan, so that after the pilot project, we can go to the Bus Owners Association and tell them, look, we have this bus that's been running in Belize now for about 2 years. These are your capital costs. These are your running costs. These are your actual revenues, as can be seen from the run that we've done for 2 years. And based on that, we're also proposing to get some type of preferential financing from institutions such as the Green Climate Fund or from UNDP for different NAMAs that we're also proposing, so that there's the financing available. In conjunction with that, they would also have a change in licensing regime, so that whenever they now apply for these buses, they'll get maybe an extended period for a license for these buses, so that they know or they're confident that they'll be able to recover the cost because their license is now guaranteed. When it comes now to the importation, we're also looking at how to restructure the tariffs for those, because as many know who bring in vehicles, they're taxed based on either number of cylinders you have and the cost of the vehicle itself. And of course, electric vehicles have no cylinders. So we need to create a new classification for that, and also try to incentivize, because really and truly, that is what's gonna make them really affordable to the mainstream. And BL is already working on seeing how to put strategic points for electric vehicles within the country, so that customers can basically go around with that confidence that they will never run out of power. Because from the initial studies that we've been doing, people really don't run more than 150 miles a day, typically. If you live within the city, if you live within the city, really actually you don't even do 20 miles a day. It may feel like you're doing a lot of runs, but it's not that many. So most people will be able to charge at home, do their errands during the day, come back at night, and still be able to charge. The charging points really more is for confidence and to cure that mile or that range anxiety.
In terms of policy, Ryan,
In terms of
is government's intention, you said that the thinking is government intending to in policy support incentives for electric vehicle ownership?
Well, that's why it's going to be for the customs and excise taxes that we will be looking at. When I say I think, it's because that's what we're going to be doing, basically.
So you're looking at the tariff structure, and the tariff
Yes.
structure is likely to be one which incentivizes EV ownership.
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of BL, is there intention to incentivize charging the infrastructure, or is how is BL's thing going? Is it just CSR for Belize, or is it that it's recovered under the rate base? How does it work?
The infrastructure itself is not in the rate base as of right now, but whatever type of sales is right now. But there are also discussions to see how that will be more of a capital market, if anything.
And how does BL charge customers who charge? Use of the word charge twice. How do you collect from customers, or what is the commercial arrangement that you use for customers who are charging on your stations that are in public spaces? What's the current arrangement, and is there any kind of policy mechanism to support this?
Well, that's really not fully flushed out. We have different. What we've done is the concept. It was designed to support different mechanisms. It's supposed to be able to support different mechanisms. So if you do have an electricity account and you charge, you should be able to. It should be able to be attached to your electricity bill at the end of the month, and you don't have to pay immediately.
Even when it is in a public space, you have a card with just swipe or something.
Yes.
Okay.
But if you don't have, then you should be able to pay
with a credit card,
or whatever. So
and it's the same tariff per kilowatt hour.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes, because it's what BL. Of course, it's more. BL is trying to act as a catalyst to make sure that, okay, this is coming, and also BL is also considering that when it has to replace its own fleet, it also looks at electric vehicle alternatives.
It's interesting though, because if it's a source of revenue for BL and kilowatt hour sales, and it's an investment that has been made that is part of the grid, because some of it is in, the public spaces in the distribution system, they're not behind the meter. The question has to be asked, but I guess POC will be best able to answer.
Yes.
Why is this not within the context of a rate-based scenario? But anyway, that's something I will have to take up with POC one-on-one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for that. I want to switch over from the distributed energy resource side. I know we have a lot more that we could have talked about on this side, including on the energy efficiency pieces, more so. But there is a lot that we went into in the green paper that really speaks to distributed energy resources, including in energy efficiency and of course renewable energy, distributed renewable energy, energy management, which is highly underappreciated and underrated in the region, and of course electric mobility. In the context of energy management, the last question I would ask in respect to distributed energy resource, and Ozzy and I had a discussion on it one-on-one, but from the government of Belize perspective, is the intention to look at ISO-style standards for energy management practices and principles in respect to distributed system, buildings and other infrastructure? Is government intending, outside of the code, to look at energy management practices and even building energy rating systems and that kind of thing? Outside of the code itself, what's the position of government? What can be already looked at in policy regarding energy performance of buildings?
To be quite honest, we haven't started to look at that right now. We are really still trying to grapple with getting, one, to begin with, public buildings up to energy efficiency standards, putting in best practices and best solutions. What we are looking at is to see how we could integrate the CARICOM renewable energy and energy efficiency building codes. We do know right now that the Ministry of Housing is currently looking at building codes as it pertains to structure. And what we would like to do is start to incorporate the energy efficiency portions of the Caribbean policy into that as well.
Okay, thanks. So I want to jump over to utility scale stuff at this point, because I know some of the utility colleagues will probably not be here tomorrow, especially some of the IPP colleagues too. We have a number of areas in which we deal with utility scale issues. We deal with it upfront in the energy security aspect. And, you know, I was having a conversation with my BL colleague, with my good friend Sheena, even before we started this, where we're talking about whether the energy security issue is one that really is pushing renewables only, or is it one that is really looking more holistically at flexibility, which would include the flexibility that would be derived from interconnection. And there is also the whole issue of utility scale stuff, which is really articulated through, to a large extent, through policy position number 3, which speaks to the, not 3, number 4, which speaks to the renewable energy, the aspects of renewable energy. Sorry, not 4, it's 5. I keep mixing them up. I wrote this thing so long that I forgot. Number 5, which speaks to the fossil fuel aspects and how to position fossil fuel, both liquid and gaseous fossil fuels, within the context of the decarbonization effort, as a case in point. And then, of course, position 6. I don't know if you know what the views are looking at. Looking at it within the context of energy security, within the context of you know, rational use of and integration of fossil fuel, ongoing use of fossil fuel sources, and rational use of new fossil fuel sources within the context of decarbonization plans and efforts. And then, of course, looking at the renewable energy principles that, you know, Belize needs to look at developing RPS as a case in point. That's what, in that sense, position 6 is really talking about, should we develop RPS, which is Renewable Portfolio Standards, which really codifies how much renewable is supposed to be built out into your system in law over time. You know, that's what a lot of countries have done to drive renewable energy integration, you know, the development of renewable portfolio standards. So that in a sense, there is certainty, legal certainty around what is expected and how much is expected in terms of renewable energies in the mix. So you don't end up with a prime minister who gets up on stage one morning and stretches after getting out of bed and says, I feel that we should have 80% tomorrow in the system. And they make an announcement, and then that puts pressure on everybody. It happens in many countries. I don't know if it happens in Belize, so I'm making sure I make that disclaimer. I'm not referring to Belize when I make that statement. I have seen it happen in many countries, where a prime minister is on a stage and he gets excited by the conversation, and he makes a pronouncement, he or she makes a pronouncement that by 2030 we are going to raise our ambitions from 30% to 50% by 2030. And while he's announcing that his energy minister is in the crowd, wondering what he just heard, the utility CEO is in the crowd, scratching his head and sending shockwaves all over. And the poor technicians like me and Ryan are, you know, getting calls to start to think about and look at how this will happen and making this happen. And oftentimes when these things happen, these announcements are made, they are made without any financial commitments. So it's not just to figure out how it will happen in an engineering sense, but also how to finance it. And the issue of financing is an important thing. And the question of whether RPS would increase the level of certainty in terms of renewable integration, which would give better certainty to those who are investing and make it more indifferent to who is in charge, and, you know, better certainty to the planners is something that always comes up. I don't know what's the view in Belize about renewable portfolio standards. Is this something that has been discussed? Is this something that you would like to see in policy? Is this something that the policy should be speaking towards? Sheena, I'd like to hear from you. I'd like to hear from from Kay and our colleagues in the back. I see them whispering. And of course, Ryan. You're from the IPPs first, Kay.
Good afternoon, everybody. No, I think the 2030. I made a comment about the 2030 being a tall order, but I will say I think we can make a good, healthy start. The idea, though, is and Dr. Gardner, one of the things I was suggesting was that the policy, as you do the white paper, should have a timeline, or at least, if you want to say, an action list that has time frames to it, because some actions influence other actions. There has to be a cascading effect in some respects. If we're going to do this, whether it's 2030, 2040, 2050, it's still going to be a tall order any which way. But to make sure we make a start in a coherent way, in a way that leads to the ending we want to see, it really helps to have that blueprint laid out in front of us to say, X has to do this, Y has to do this, Z has to do this. And to understand by when X has to do it so that Y can get started, so that Z can be involved at whatever stage. I think that's one of the pictures that we have to draw out more, because in talking about it in the policy, when you're reading the green paper, you realize, man, we have a lot of work to do. That's the thing that comes out extremely clearly. We have a lot of work to do, but then let's draw the picture so that we can take it step by step. Because if we look at it in that, what do you want to say, that consolidated way, it looks like it's going to be tough work, and it is going to be tough work. But if we break it down and understand the role that everybody plays, so the government has a role, the ministry within the government has a role, the regulator has a role, the utility has a role, and us IPPs and the distributed energy folks all have roles. The fuel companies have roles, BBS has roles. We have several regulatory entities involved in this full policy. So if everybody understands their role and gets to work in that cohesive way, that blueprint design kind of way, the committee that's being discussed has an easier job to follow up on everybody. And the fact is, it may not be 2030, but at least by 2030, we see a significant amount of accomplishments already out there. And that alone makes a big difference.
Very, very strong point, and I agree with you completely. It was pointed out to me that your comments that were sent in, and I want to thank you for the comments, and it is certainly something that I will take on board in the white paper. Thank you very much. Before I get to the utility and the government, does the solar people have anything to say about this, the distributed solar people? Yeah, so I was asking about renewable portfolio standards and really the codification of the amount of renewables that are supposed to be in the system, in the policy and in law, whether this is something that you think Belize should be pursuing at this time, and whether the 85% is something that, the 75% is something that the policy ought to be, strongly.
Sorry, just as a point, it says 75 and it says 85.
That's true, because I myself got confused at one point because I picked up different numbers in different documents. So that's why I ended up with 85 and something. It was what? 85 in 2016. Oh, it was 85% in 2016, and then it dropped to 75 in 2022. Oh, okay, that explains it. I think because I knew I picked up 85 from somewhere. Yeah. So all right, so I will make that adjustment.
So clarification: the percentage drop wasn't due to believing we won't be able to generate, but it was to allow for the development of carbon markets. Because if we had placed in 85 within our commitment, we would have to generate above 85 in order to commit to carbon market.
Okay, fair enough. Not to mention you'd have had an increase in demand anyway. So what would have been 85% in 2016 could very well translate into 75 later.
I have a question, and it might help, I think, especially with us in the renewable energy. How are you defining a renewable portfolio standard? So my experience 25 years ago in the U.S. when they were looking at was that in order to be a distributor, so BL would have to have an RP, but we only have one distributor in the country, right? So now, but then when they deregulated, it also went to people wheeling. In order for me to wheel power, it had to fit in the renewable. What are you defining? Who has to apply to be part of the RPS?
Yeah. So yes, you're right. So that's a point. That's a question. That's a point. This is why I've been asking from the different stakeholders of the group. So within the context of an RPS, there will be different commitments from different groups or different entities in respect to what their contribution to the total mix is expected to be. And because of the way the Belize electricity sector is structured with a significant amount of the generation coming from IPPs, naturally there would have to be this determination as to what should be the renewable contribution from IPPs within the context of the mix. So an RPS for the IPPs, an RPS for the distributed sector, as a case in point, and of course for BL itself in its own self-generation, the small amounts that it do in any case. So that was what I was trying to understand, really, because I know there are IPPs, both present and futuristic, that are not necessarily looking at renewables, including my good friend from the gas sector.
Right. It would make sense to ask a gas company to include renewables as
No, I wasn't
75%
right.
of their
I
work.
wasn't asking the gas. I wasn't asking the gas guy, the gas company. That's why I was asking in general. Where it is that the country sees the principle of establishing a renewable portfolio standards as a policy statement, if it's something that should be considered, or whether it shouldn't be considered. So, if the view is that it's a bridge too far to go down the road of trying to prescribe RPS for the different actors within the sector, then obviously we leave that alone. But I was asking the question in that regard. So because that would help to do some of what Kay was talking about in terms of putting obligations on the different actors within the sector in terms of what their contributions potentially should or could be towards the total mix or the targets that are defined. Thanks. Yeah, yes, sir. Of course, we know that sometimes we say we shouldn't ask the gas man about renewables, but he might decide that he might decide that he wants to do some renewables alongside the gas, you know?
Yeah, well, we all know we're transitioning towards renewables, but we all know we can't do it overnight, and we know there's a role of fossil fuels that has to be played in this transition. So it's how best to do that, and how do we go about putting that into the mix. The move to gaseous fuels, of course, the right one to make in the near future. Mm-hmm. My initial take on it, I think I mentioned it last time, is which gas. So I don't like to see it being locked into just natural gas. When you do the numbers, you know that might not necessarily be the best option when you have other options like LPG, which I'm sure is a much better option right now if you look at it. I'm sure that number was done in 2019 or 2018, and it's a lot changed. The whole picture has changed. So I just give that as a something we need to consider going forward. Yeah. Leave it open to gas and let the differentiation of what gas it is come when the time of the RFP or whatever is issued at the point in time. But the bigger point I want to make is I've been involved in 2 RFPs since I left the PUC in 2006. One was in 2013. We put in for a fossil fuel plant. We didn't make that one, but nothing came out of that RFP. We had another RFP in 2020 for gas-fired generation. Again, we put in for that. And again, nothing has come out of that. So my question now is, what has changed? What is going to make any new generation going? We're not any new generation from 2000, from Belcogen and Santander came in after, but we haven't had any new generation since those times. So what's going to be different going forward now? What's going to change? How are the institutions that get this done, how are they going to get their act together to be able to cooperate and to make sure that this actually happens going forward?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And to start with the first principle you established, I agree with you 100% that and the Green Paper speaks towards it, the principle of how we integrate fossil fuels, certainly gas in this instance, as a transition bridge to our renewable energy goals is going to be important. It speaks to us that very clearly. The paper itself did not identify a specific gas. It did not say natural gas. It actually said a gas. It says gas solutions, and it leaves it open. And the policy itself will leave it open also in terms of gas solutions, because to a large extent, the gas solutions change from time to time depending on the market dynamics at any given point in time. And what is going to be important is, as you rightly said, the economics are identified upfront in terms of the life cycle of the gas project that is being considered. A lot will be dependent on the longer term supply contract, which you will be able to bring in respect to your fuel and the cost of your infrastructure that is necessary for that gas solution to be integrated. But a critical point regarding the gas and the use of fossil fuel and rational use of fossil fuel is also going to be linked to, if you want to call it, the degree to which you are able to get sector coupling benefits from the gas. Because at the end of the day, if you can find a gas solution that is not just simply producing power, but is also able to give you other core benefits, such as heating core benefits, to be able to provide you. Sometimes when you build some of these gas generators, you can extract the waste heat and use it in an industry that is neighboring for heat production, and heat recovery is something that is underutilized within the Caribbean. I guess because we have so much heat from the sun, we just assume we don't need heat. But heat recovery is something that is oftentimes beneficial in those kind of instances. And thinking through and planning how it is we can do those kind of things so we can benefit from any kind of gas solution is important. If you're looking at LNG, then obviously cold chain opportunities that would come with the cryogenic facilities associated with LNG is something that you would look at. And so at this stage, each one of those projects is going to, be in a sense determined by what emerges at the time when the project is being considered. And my own surmise is that within the context of the white paper itself, we will definitely push the principle of ensuring that any opportunities for gas are looked at within the context of what is potentially achievable through sector coupling benefits as far as is possible, including sector coupling benefits for transport. If you bring in LNG in, you need to start looking at CNG opportunities. If it's LPG, look at opportunities also for transport too. But the last point I want to make on the role of gas and the whole principle of transitioning and the responsible transitioning through fossil fuel use is really the thinking around infrastructure. A couple of things regarding infrastructure. To make sure that on the one hand, we're not investing in long-term infrastructure for a transition fuel or a transition opportunity. That will last us 30 years. There's no such thing as a 30-year transition. So if you're going to invest in expensive infrastructure that is going to require you to, utilize it for 20, 30 years in order for you to pay that back, then you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot, because it really keeps you away from some of the things that you are to be transitioned towards. So, being able to nuance the investments so that we don't end up locking ourselves in those ridiculous longer-term infrastructure is going to be important. And the role of contracts is always going to be critical where that is concerned. And importantly, one of the things that should also be considered and contemplated is whether there are opportunities to already design some of that infrastructure with the opportunity to take advantage of opportunities for retrofitting, or if you want to call it, dropping fuels when future fuels come. So for instance, in LNG, LPG systems nowadays, there is conversations and there are designs emerging, engineering designs emerging around substitution of LPG, LNG, LPG natural gas, let me not say LNG, LPG natural gas as fuels in generation with ammonia, green ammonia, etc. and so forth. When those become available, Wärtsilä is nowadays manufacturing natural gas ammonia, dual-fired natural gas ammonia generators and so on. Diesel natural gas generators, which are dual fueled, which also allow you to use ammonia later on, are also coming on stream a lot. I've seen also recently natural gas generators that have been manufactured by Mitsubishi that now has hydrogen burners that you can actually do combustion. At this current stage, you can do 30% hydrogen natural gas mix, and the view from when I had the conversations with the manufacturers from Mitsubishi is that by 2025, they will be able to do 100% hydrogen if the supply allows them to do so, if the supply chain exists to do so. So there are, again, I was talking to some colleagues earlier, let's try not to limit ourselves by what the current technology allows us to do, but to think about really what it is that we want to achieve. And the technology will take care of itself if we simply define what the end of the pipe is. We will allow those who are looking at the technology option at the appropriate time solutions are to meet those desires or end goals that we want to prescribe within the context of the policy. So I try as far as possible within the context of the policy to stay away from prescriptive technology approaches, but rather to make it more framed around end goal achievements in that sense. But Kay, I saw your hand up. Thanks. Ryan.
Actually, to answer the second part of the question, Dr. Cantona, what will be different the next time round? There are quite a few things that are currently changing right now. One is, in past solicitations, I don't think that we had one universal accepted generation expansion plan. For example, we used to have one that BL would conduct, they would approve on their side, but I wouldn't say that it was agreed upon by public utility and the government as well. That has shifted for this one. This one has been very much so a much more integrated process where all three parties have been involved. And that's one of the reasons that the study still hasn't been completed yet, because it's still putting in inputs for all actors, I believe, correct? We're about to finalize it, so forth. The second thing is that we are looking to develop regulations on how the process is supposed to be carried out. I believe before, really and truly, it was a gentleman's agreement on how the process goes. We didn't really have anything pen to paper approved by government. We're changing that now. We're putting an actual document together that's going to be approved by cabinet. And more so than the process, it also outlines roles and responsibilities of the different entities and who sits on the evaluation board and things to that effect. So it is much more so an institutional process now. So that's what we're looking to change for the next process go around.
Thanks, Ryan. So in a sense, one of the inclusions would be a generation procurement policy/regulation going forward. I think Kay on the back.
Actually, I think Ryan answered most of what I was gonna say, but just to underscore, I think the good thing about how we're talking right now is that you're talking a mix of generation solutions. There has to be the base load power, if you will, and the renewables on top. It's anybody that thinks that we're going to get rid of fossil fuels anytime soon. It ain't gonna happen. Storage isn't there yet, and basically you want to add renewables, you want to make it as plentiful as possible, but without disrupting the stability of the grid, and that's something that we always have to consider. BL lives its life trying to make sure that you have electricity when you want it, and so that really matters. What I was gonna say is what Ryan touched on with the RFP. The fact is, whether we talk about 2030 or whatever deadline, there is a clock ticking in the background regardless. The economy is growing, demand is expanding, the grid is not. And so the urgency builds for the RFP to happen. And I'm glad to hear about the systematic approach that is being taken, Ryan. That's really appreciated. But it's got to happen simply because an RFP then comes through. The proposals are sent in, and this is not a decision that results in generation being added to the grid a year or two later. This takes time. And consumption, demand isn't waiting on us. So I think that's one of the things that we really have to underscore. This isn't about an NDC deadline. It's about making sure that we meet the demands of the grid before the grid reaches there, or the decisions may well be taken out of our hands, and we don't want that, because then we'll end up with a source or a structure of supply that we weren't perfectly happy with. So we really have to pay attention to the fact that regardless of whatever year we talk about on that screen, the fact is there is a clock ticking in the background.
Yeah, thanks for that, and that's really a perfect point around which we can pretty much wrap up this particular item because. Yeah. Before you come in, just want to bring a capstone on to Kay's point. Within the context of institutions and institutional arrangements, and within the context of what was discussed previously around governance, this is one of the important pieces. And it goes back to what we said about governance and the importance of having the right governance structures and framework. We have seen in the region many different governance arrangements for generation procurement. We have seen cases where generation procurement was the responsibility of the utility. We have seen instances where it was the responsibility of the regulator. We have seen instances where it's the responsibility of the ministry. And we have seen many instances in which it worked, many instances in which it failed, for all myriad of reasons. And one of the things we will try to do within the context of the policy as we build out the white paper is to really look at those practices that we have seen within small island environments like ours. Well, Belize is not an island, of course, but naturally in a small grid situation like ours, to understand the nuances of how generation procurement may be best done in a way that is, as Ryan said, systematic, and in a way that is transparent, and in a way that is going to give you the best bang for the buck, because ultimately the purpose of the generation procurement is that which will give you the most optimized solution for the best cost. And it's something that we think that the policy should speak to in very clear terms in terms of what is, how it should be approached. And then, of course, that being codified as in regulation later on. So I want to thank you for that. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, just one more point I'd like to, some clarification. Well, I think in terms of the additional generation going forward, I think we need to have a clear process like what Brian is talking about, because, as I said, we participated in twice. It's expensive to do, and it costs money to get done, and then nothing happens. You strike once bitten, twice shy, or twice bitten, once shy. You have to, you kind of worry about the next one coming up, whether you should participate or not, if you're not going to get to the same, if you're going to end up with the same results. I'm talking with the sentiment of a lot of the IPPs that participated in both these processes that we participated in. I know that's a general consensus. Yes. What's going to happen? No, it never happened before. That's one point. So that we need to get the house in order for that before you go forward with any RFP process. The second one is, you mentioned earlier in the presentation about the grid and where the grid is in terms of accepting all these changes that are going to come to it. And that is a big concern. So I'd like to hear from BL what the focus is going to be on getting that grid to a level that it could accept these things. For example, can you put 40 megawatts of solar or 50 megawatts of solar down south? Can you put, how you need to balance the load? What is being done with that? Because it seemed to me that if that is a concern which you raise as a flag, to me it's a big red flag, because nothing's going to happen if the grid can't accept any generation. Nothing's going to happen, whether it's distributed energy resources or whether it's utility scale grid supply from renewables or fossil fuels or whatever. If the grid can't take it, nothing's going to happen. So what are we doing in terms of making sure that the grid is in place, that 3 years or 4 years from now, when all this generation starts coming in, we can hook up.
So grid modernization, Sheena.
Yeah.
Right. So the purpose of the study that we did was looking at generation and transmission. For the same point that you pointed out, the generation cannot come online if we don't have the infrastructure in place to accept these new capacities in our system. So the study that we had completed looked at assessing our existing network, and it modeled what our future network would need to be like over the 20-year horizon to accept these different generation sources and our projected load on the network over that period. So in line with the generation sources coming online, it had outlined general location district-wise where the generation sources should come online, and the necessary transmission investment and substation modernization and infrastructure that would need to be online prior to, in order to have the network function stable and still have that level of reliability in our grid. So we are working on both aspects of it. We have the transmission expansion plan for the 20-year horizon, and we have the generation expansion plan that advises where the generation sources should come online, in line with what the modifications would need to be like. So they're working.
And you have a distribution plan too, right?
Right. We have the distribution plan from the EV and the DG perspective. What strengthening would need to happen in our entire network to accept these new sources coming online. But for the most part, our existing network, the capacities were not at the level where we have critical usage of our capacities. So we're still at acceptable or minimum use for the rating of our system. So there can be generation sources and distribution resources that could come online without any significant improvement in our infrastructure at this point. So when you look at the 5-year horizon, yes, there's transmission and distribution, modernization and infrastructure that would come online, but it's not as if though nothing cannot come online unless we build a new transmission line or do so much infrastructure or new development. So we do have that capacity and that space where we could bring stuff online before doing those infrastructure
in the current state, Sheena, in the current state, would the grid be able to accommodate the NDC targets without new investments? The NDC targets are 75%.
What percentage?
I say in the current state, would the grid be able to accommodate?
Oh, the 75%? No, not as is. But we won't be able to do 75% renewable, increasing that generation within the next 2-3 years anyway. Yeah. But we're able to accept different level of generation coming online in different parts of the country that is feasible to come online within the next 5 years, considering the whole process, the RFP, the negotiation of the PPA, and actually construction of the plants and stuff like that. So we have that ability to bring those plants online while working on our infrastructure portion that would be needed for transmission and distribution and other stuff to prepare the network for future advancement and new generation sources.
So the expansion plan is commensurate with the expansion
right.
of
So there's the generation and the transmission. Both plans came out of this study. It complemented each other.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So that's a good note. Room for optimism. Not all things are as bad as we sometimes think they are. We don't always give ourselves credit as people within the region. Sorry, Sheena, you.
But there's also, even outside of what came as a recommendation from that, there's also ongoing projects that we are working on. We had recently completed the Chanchen substation that now feeds Corozal. So the substation, the transformation and the substation is closer to the load, reducing the losses and the length of line. And also Belcogen, phase 1 has been completed, phase 2 is ongoing. So there advancement and infrastructural work that is happening, ongoing and continuous. So it's just updating our plans in line with now what the LCEP recommended. Some of the recommendations were already being in progress even before the LCEP was completed. So we had identified that we needed to do certain modernization and certain improvements. So it's just continuing with that plan.
Thanks. In terms of, Ryan, in terms of the grid modernization, grid upgrade plan, is there some mechanism through which government intends to communicate this to the population? Because, again, going back to the question that was asked, maybe a point of contention is really what the public knows about what is to happen.
So,
use this one.
So communication and visibility is very much a big part of the current project that we're having right now with the EU. We're precisely that. Once we finished, for example, the regulations for the next RFP, is to divulge that we have this new plan from BEL on the expansion plan. We have these new regulations so that people know that we now have a systematic way of evaluating and doing the process now.
we will divulge more of what are the expansion plans, such as the new lines that are going to go to Kikok, or possibly the second line to San Pedro. The aim of introducing the AMIs, the automatic metering system, specifically now that on the same northern transmission line, I believe BL is currently installing new fiber optic cables on it to improve communication. So that communication and visibility is a very big portfolio that we're looking to roll out at the ministry, because we do realize that the most well-intentioned plans sometimes cannot be carried out just because we do not have the buy-in, and we can't have the buy-in if our stakeholders don't know what we're doing.
Agreed completely. Because the story is that if you are going to be making the investments in all of these things, obviously it's going to end up in the rate base. And when you do your rate applications and people hear that there's a rate application, and if they hear that the PUC is agreeing to an increase of X, they will usually not know the details of why, and then it can become problematic for the PUC and for BL. So these kind of things are important if people understand that, look, there are these things happening and there are these things that are likely to happen soon with respect to the totality of the system. So when they hear that there's a rate application and a rate increase, they can understand and relate and correlate the things together, and they are not simply seeing a rate increase as BL just wicked and want more money. Right, Sheena? Right, thanks. And you touched on it, Ryan, and that's where I'm going to end the issue of the ICT backbone. It's the elephant that is not in the room in this case. There's DTL here. Right. Okay, Digi. Oh, that Digicel. Digicel with two L. So ICT, we talk about smart grid, smart systems, smart this, smart that. Nothing happens without telecoms, without the ICT backbone. Where does the ICT providers fit into this? Are you guys part of the planning process? Are you already thinking of and building out your own plans to accommodate some of these ICT, if you want to call it, the myriad of ICT interactions that are going to be required in the next 5 to 10 years, as you have this myriad of flow of information from smart meters, from AMI meters, and to SCADAs all over the place. What's the level of Digi and other ICT providers' involvement in the planning?
Hi. I don't know all the details, but I do know that as the national telecom company, we're pretty much involved even with BL and Ministry of Energy unit in all the regards.
Okay, so there's an ICT layer to the plan, and that does that need to be codified in policy, or and how do we do that? Ryan, since the colleague might not be able to say, how does the policy speak to the ICT aspects in your view?
Well, that's actually what we would like for you and stakeholders to advise us on how to actually implement ICT within the policy itself, because ICT has traditionally been done out of the ministry. For example, we know we're going to need much more cybersecurity, for example. Within this ministry, there's another department that's called e-governance, and that will look at some low-level security, but that's more on a government scale. What we need to look at are strategies for our types of utilities and our type of applications. I know that there's been a lot of buzzwords about how to use blockchains in energy, so that may be something that we need to look at specifically when it comes to this to distributed energy. So those are our policy recommendations that we'd very much be interested in looking into.
Excellent. Yeah. So we can look at definitely cybersecurity and other innovative ICT applications are going to be important. Certainly on the distributed side, the expectation is that we have to advance a significant block of ICT-based recommendations, especially for the distributed side, because to facilitate that, bi-directional communication, which can happen fast and furious multiple times per second, is something that we need to definitely find ways and means of articulating in policy very clearly. So I will stop there. Dion, you want to do the summary? Are there any other questions, comments first before I hand over to Dion to do whatever, right? So I hope that we have been able to cover most of the things that are linked to the utility and the regulator. Glenn.
Wow. It's a bit violent. I just wanted to take the moment just to, before Dion helps us to wrap up for today, and say that from the side of the Light Up Belize project, we are very keen to make sure that we get and can help to get feedback on this policy. Because I want to emphasize that this is not going to happen for another 10 years. And so this is the chance in the next 2 weeks to give input so that Devon can integrate these comments, which are your comments, and to end up with a document which is usable, meaningful, and that will change the situation for the better. So I just want to alert you to a timeline for feedback. Please, there is a feedback form that you would have received online, but please also send emails, and I would direct them to Dion in the energy unit, and to anybody that you know who is not in the room today, who should be in the room today, that you can encourage them to also participate and reach out to us, but I think, for support, but the primary contact person is Dion. And so I really want to also thank you for having been here today. I think we have the chance tomorrow, but I just want to emphasize that point for feedback.
Thank you very much.
For tomorrow, the last segment has been combined with the segment before lunch, and that was the private sector and professional association. We're going to combine it with the non-government and civil society organizations. So tomorrow we will be finished a little bit earlier than today. And I will email these changes to you as well.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Glenn. So what I would want to add to what Rachel pretty much said is that even though we have specifically asking for government and quasi-government bodies to be the first session that starts off at 8:30 tomorrow, all of you guys are still welcome to come out if you want to join the conversation. I think it was very robust today. And then, of course, we have the private sector, and as Rachel said, with the NGOs and the CSOs right after that session. And so we're inviting you guys at any one of the sessions tomorrow you feel like you would want to participate in to come out. I think today the conversation was very interesting. I always tell people that when we think about the energy policy, not just as our professional life, but also as our residential life, because it will affect our residential life as well. And so I'm just trying to appeal that when we think about the policy, not just think professionally, but in your household, what would you want to see, right? And so with that, I just want to thank everyone for coming out today. I just want to echo what Ms. Menzies said. I feel that everyone here takes the policy very serious, because for you to spend a whole day discussing, and the way how we discuss, having that back and forth discussion is very important. And so I just want to thank you guys for coming out, and we look forward for your continued input and support in this process as we move forward. Thank you.